Hey, I'm excited to announce that you can now try my new Scary Stories app, Chilling, for free for 3 days. That's right. If you were on the fence about it, now you can try it for free. This week, we are also introducing new narrators, and some of them you might be familiar with. Let's Read is now on the Chilling app, with more being added this week. There are hundreds of stories on Chilling that have never been on this channel before. In addition, on the Chilling app, you can adjust the ambient sounds in the background, like the rain or the crackling campfire that you hear on this channel. You can switch back and forth between them seamlessly without affecting the story with the revolutionary Ambient Choice menu. You can also raise or lower the volume of the background sounds like rain, also without affecting the story you're listening to. Brand new stories by all of our narrators are added multiple times a week. Go check it out. It's only $2.99 a month for full access, or you can take advantage of the 3-day free trial now. Chilling is available on iPhone and Android. Just search Chilling in your app store, or click the link in the description and experience a more intense way to relax. Hey, quick reminder for you. There are only 3 MIDROLL ads in this 5-hour video. 1 ad after story number 1, 1 after story number 2, and 1 more after story number 3. That's all. This way you can listen to the rest of the video, hours of scary stories, with no interruptions. If you like this kind of setup for ads, please show me your support by liking this video and subscribing to my channel. Quality and your experience is what matters to me most, and I really hope you enjoy your time here. Now, let's begin. To start this story, I should mention my occupation. I am a 30-year-old female journeyman electrician. I often work alone and in people's homes, so needless to say, I often find myself in rather interesting situations. I am 5'2", 125 pounds. I am very aware of my limitations when it comes to physically dangerous situations. I served in the military, so I have a rudimentary knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, and am adept, trained, and licensed to carry certain tools of self-defense. I also have experience as a paramedic in a major city. Needless to say, I feel as prepared as someone my size and gender could possibly be for most situations. However, this situation triggered a visceral response, so I thought I would share my experience with who I refer to as the man with the mannequin legs. In the interest of privacy and simplicity, I will refer to him simply as John Doe. It's a Friday, approximately a year ago. The time was 1930, or 7:30 p.m. for you not using a 24 time clock. I received a dispatch to an apartment complex several towns over. The dispatch was for a loss of power to a condo unit in one of the older lower income buildings. There are certain homes and buildings I go into which automatically trigger a certain amount of caution. Upon seeing the building, I had a gut feeling already that I would proceed with an air of caution. I immediately texted both my office manager, my boyfriend, and my mother my GPS location with a message saying, "This is where I am. His name is John Doe. This is his address and unit number. If you don't hear from me every 20 minutes until I tell you I have left, please call me first. If I don't answer, please call the police." When I rang the bell, a gruff voice of a man who smokes far too many cigarettes forcefully inquires as to who is there. I answer, stating that I'm the electrician that was dispatched. He hits the buzzer and lets me in. I walk up the stairs and the first thing to hit me is the smell of the building. A building full of unwashed bodies, unemptied wet ashtrays, and stale alcohol. He opened his door and the smell intensified. He wore grubby, unkempt, ill-fitting clothing, stained with fluids bodily or food in origin. His face, thin and gaunt, unshaven with dark, heavy bags under his eyes. Entering the door, I noticed a small table that was stacked with empty beer cans toting the king of beers. A plastic whiskey bottle went thunk off the toe of my steel-toe boots and skidded across the floor. I look up at him. Though on the skinny side, he was tall. I ask him for details regarding the loss of power, and he explains that some things work, while others don't. I won't bore you with the details, but in the end, I had to see the panel. He leads me to his bedroom as I pick my way across a sea of discarded items. We pass the kitchen, the sink stacked high with plates, unwashed with rotting food precariously balanced atop one another, like a perverse game of Jenga, stepping over clothing, garbage, and discarded alcohol containers, burn marks in the carpet from someone nodding off and dropping a lit cigarette. I enter his bedroom, a mattress with a tattered blanket, and no sheets or pillows sits in the center. The furniture is all secondhand and distressed, broken in places, water-stained as if it was saved from some unknown curb, which was not sold during the estate sale. The top half of a naked, dirty mannequin, appearing as if it were stolen from an abandoned storefront of a long-dead store, lays in the bed. I trip over something as I'm making my way around the bed. Looking down, I see two things that make me take pause. The more alarming of the two happen to be a set of legs from the mannequin, carelessly hacked from the top half with what looks to be a very dull hacksaw, lines drawn at the natural human joints, though it was a hard-molded plastic. I also see a dimly flashing red light coming from the ankle of my creepy host. It's a Department of Corrections GPS ankle monitor. I have to turn my back on him to make the repairs, which makes my hair stand on end. He watches me, smoking a cigarette, and sneaking to the living room often to take a swig from a brown paper bag. I make a few temporary repairs, and tell him I'll have to come back to finish the rest of it. I take payment and leave. He watches me walk to my truck, following me to the apartment landing and to the main front door. I am almost running now, and I jump into my work truck and lock the doors. I finally breathe. I finally feel safe, until I see him in my mirror, staring back at me from the rear section of my truck. Not threatening, just staring. I leave without finishing my paperwork and go a few blocks down. I stop and start shaking as the adrenaline slowly leaves my system. I reassure my family that I am safe and tell my boss that I cannot go back to that address. He offers to send me back with another person, and my heart drops. I look for a reason not to. I quickly Google John Doe and find out exactly why he was wearing an ankle monitor. He had just got out of prison. John Doe served 2 years in state prison after stalking a woman. When she threatened to report him, he broke into her home, demanded her to disrobe. When she refused, he told her he would kill her and threatened to dismember her. My heart leapt into my chest as I realized what this man may have truly been capable of. With the evidence of the mannequin staring me in the face, it appears his fantasy is alive and well. Needless to say, my company never sent any technician back to the man with the mannequin legs, and I ended up with nothing more than a story. A story that shows no matter how prepared you may be for a situation, you never know exactly who you are dealing with. I was in high school when this all happened. This was back in 2016, and I had recently started walking home from school. I didn't live too far. It was only around a 20 to 30 minute walk, depending on how much I wanted to go home that day. The school day had just ended, and this was my 5th or 6th time walking home. I decided that I would go the long route instead of the shorter one that I normally take. Little did I know what I was walking into. After getting out of the parking lot, there was a long road that led to a neighborhood just behind the school. On one side of the road, there was the baseball field, and on the other was a small factory-looking place. Usually I would follow this road down into the neighborhood and cut through there until I reached the main road, where I'd be roughly 15 minutes away from home. So I climbed up the side of the hill between the back road and the factory place and began my walk through. There were multiple buildings on each side of the path I was walking on. I had headphones on because it's what I usually did when I walked home. Only this time, since the only cars that would pose a threat, if any, would come from where I can see them. So instead of having one side in, I had both sides in, blaring loud enough to drown out any noise surrounding me. It was a joyful walk for the most part. I kept swapping between staring at the sky and the trees behind some of the smaller-sized buildings. It was the middle of spring, and I live in Michigan, so I appreciate the small breeze and greenery when it finally rolls around. I had walked past one of the buildings, but it seemed off compared to the rest of them. This one had no windows, and the outside of it was worn down, like someone had been chipping away at it for a while with a chisel. I brushed it off like it was nothing and continued on walking. However, during the time that it took for the song I was currently listening to swap to the next, I heard an extremely loud scream. I took my headphones off and let them rest around my neck. I stood confused for a few seconds, wondering if I was imagining things or if it was part of the song. After those few seconds, another scream filled my ears, only much louder than the one before. Now, if you ever hear something like this when you're walking somewhere, I advise you to stop what you're doing, find out where you're at, and call 911 to report it. Being the curious person I was, and given I didn't have much to do that day, I decided to check it out and see if everything was okay. The screams sounded almost staged, but I couldn't be sure without checking it out for myself. I walked up to the building so I could look through the holes in the door. It looked old and had a fair bit of rust around it, so it was an average peephole, but more of a rusted away you need to replace this door kind of hole. I looked inside, and what I saw made my stomach turn, faster than I ever thought it could. Inside was a man. He was wearing all black, and a mask that you probably could buy at a party store, if I had to guess. There was also a woman who was on the floor. She had bruises and blood stains on her shirt. The man was holding a hammer that had blood covering the tip of it. I cannot go into detail of what I saw next, but it was the most disturbing thing I have ever seen. I had the sudden urge to throw up. I backed away from the door and threw up, only nothing came out because I hadn't eaten much that day. A few seconds after that, I heard the sound of the man's shoes practically stomping on the floor inside the building, and they were getting closer. I gathered my composure quickly and started to pull out my phone when the door swung open and the man stepped out. I pretended that I had been recording the entire thing to hopefully scare the guy into letting me live if I told him I wouldn't tell anyone if he would let me go. He proceeded to slam the door shut after a few minutes of us standing there, staring at each other without muttering a single word. My heart was beating so fast that I was beginning to be distracted by it, as well as the fear that this could be my last moment. After he slammed the door and went back inside, I took off running and immediately called 911. They stayed on the line with me until I got far enough away to feel safe telling them my location. A couple cop cars showed up roughly 6 to 7 minutes later, and I pointed them to the building. There were 4 of them. When they came back, nobody else was with them. The man had taken off during the short amount of time he had, and must have taken the woman with him. They found some hair and blood on the floor, but other than that, it was as if the two were never there to begin with. The police never found the guy, and I never saw any reports or articles about a missing woman, or a woman that was killed. After that day, I never walked home again. I always either rode the bus or had one of my parents pick me up. About half a year after that, I eventually transferred to an alternative high school that was much farther away from those buildings than my old school. I was 16 at the time, and I am currently 20, going on 21 in August, and this incident has been with me ever since. I have always been skeptical about situations around me, but after that, I was never even close to the same again. This happened to me and my sister in April of 2020. My sister at the time was 13, and I was 14. My sister also has the tendency to overreact in a situation and makes it worse than it already could be. This information will make sense later in the story. It was about 6 p.m. at night, and our mom had gone to see her friends and wouldn't be back until very late. Our older sister was at our dad's, so the only people that were home were me, my sister, and our little brother who was 10 at the time. My sister and I decided to take our dog on a walk around the primary school down the road from our house. Let me tell you what the school looks like for a better picture. We live in Australia, so the school was a very typical public Australian school. It has 2 main ovals and many separate buildings for classrooms. It's not just one big building, it's many buildings kind of all over the place. We walked through the school to get to the oval so that we could let our dog run around. We were there for about 15 minutes when my sister gasped and grabbed my shoulder. "Dude, I think I just saw someone," she said. I saw her eyes dart around the area, desperately searching for the figure she saw. "It was probably just a cleaner. If they ask what we're doing, we'll just tell them the truth. We were letting our dog run around," I said calmly. Like I said, my sister has a tendency to overreact, so I didn't take what she said with too much seriousness. But this was a big mistake. We continued to chill, looking at our phones, occasionally looking up to watch where our dog was. It was nearly 6:30 when I decided we should head home. I looked up to find our dog, to see him staring at the building behind me. I stood up and looked around and saw that there was nothing unusual. I made an annoyed face and turned back around. "We better get going before it gets dark," I said, grabbing our dog's lead and calling him over. I attached him to his lead and began leading him towards the exit when my sister grabbed me again. I sighed. "What?" I said in annoyance. I turned around and saw her face of terror, and she said, "Don't look now, but there's a man over there, hiding behind the building." My stomach dropped. I didn't know if she was joking around with me. I didn't want to look, in fear, if he was there, notice and start coming towards us. "Let's just go," I said slowly, and began to walk past the building and hopefully out of sight of the man. But as soon as we sprinted all the way back home and practically broke the door handle trying to get in. We collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. "Was there actually a guy there?" I asked between breaths. "Yes, he was hiding behind the building like I said," my sister responded. I then had a weird instinct in my gut that told me to lock up the house. So that's what I did. I quickly darted around the house and locked every door and possible entry, as well as pulled down all the curtains over the windows so that no one could see in. I sat on the couch and turned to my sister and said, "Do you think maybe he was a teach?" I got cut off by a knock on our front door. Our eyes widened and our mouths hung open. It couldn't have been our mom, since she wasn't supposed to be back until at least 11 o'clock. And even if she was early, she had a key. Or if she didn't, for some reason, she would have called out. She wouldn't have knocked. And it wasn't our older sister, because we didn't hear a car pull up outside, which we definitely would have. And she also would have called out. Another knock came from the door. This time, the person on the other side spoke. "Hello? I have mail for you." My mouth dropped wider. Their voice didn't belong to anyone we knew, and it was rasp and husky, like they had lost their voice. It was then that our brother came out of his room and said loudly, "Who's at the door?" Both me and my sister cringed on how loud it was, knowing whoever was at the door definitely heard him. The person at the door spoke again. "Yeah, open the door. I have something for you." Our brother looked at us in confusion, and we both shook our head and told him to get down. He crawled on the ground and tried to ask what was going on. I put my finger over my mouth and motioned for us to go to the kitchen. We all crawled our way to the kitchen and huddled in the corner. "What do we do?" my sister shakily asked. My brother at this point was crying from confusion and fright, and me being the oldest, felt I was in charge and had to decide what to do. I didn't think I could call the police because we weren't sure what this person's intentions were. All of a sudden, we heard the back door handle jiggle. I whipped my head towards it and put my hand over my mouth in shock. Our town was usually very safe, So for this to be happening was absolutely terrifying. I looked to grab my phone to call the police, but I couldn't find it. I then realized I left it on the couch. The bad thing about this was to get to the living room, you have to pass the back door, and the back door has a glass window at the top, allowing anyone to see in. I turned my head towards my sister and quietly asked, "Do you have your phone?" My stomach dropped when she replied, "No, it's on the charger by the TV." I breathed in deeply and crawled slowly towards the back door. The handle was still jiggling, almost like they were trying to unlock it. Luckily, the back door has a double lock, so I wasn't worried about that. I peered my head cautiously around the corner to look at the back door, and that's when I saw him. His hair was matted and shoulder length. His eyes were dark and bloodshot, and his skin was pale and yellow. He saw me and began to bang against the door, desperately trying to get in. I quickly got up and ran to the couch and grabbed my phone and dialed 000. I told the operator that someone was attempting to break in, and it was then that the man started yelling gibberish. The operator heard this and asked for our address so that he could send someone out. It was then that I heard a big crack. It was the door. He was ramming himself into it, and the door was caving in. Quicker than I had ever moved before, I ran back to the kitchen and grabbed my sister and brother and ran with them to the bathroom and locked the door and told them to get down. I scolded myself for not grabbing some sort of weapon before I locked us in, with no exit if this man manages to get in. Then we heard the scariest sound, the door breaking in completely. He was in the house. He was still yelling and now running around the house, opening every door, searching for us. Luckily, about 2 minutes after this, we heard police sirens, and the man's yelling ceased. We hear him quickly run out of the house, and then we hear the police shouting at him to get on the ground, and another police officer enters the house and calls out for us. I slowly open the door and peer out to a female police officer looking around. I walk towards her shakily and start breaking down in front of her. I usually don't like the police, but on this occasion, I could never be more grateful for them. I hate to think, what if we didn't go to the bathroom, or if I looked towards him when we were at the school? It was 2011, and I was fresh out of the Navy. I had decided to move back home to the family farm with my folks in Michigan until I could get established on my own. However, this was right after the market crash of 2008, and it took longer than anticipated to get back on my feet, so I ended up living with them for a while longer than originally planned. And my mother had grown accustomed to having me around to help with mowing the lawn, raking the leaves, and shoveling snow, so she specifically asked me to stay and help, and so I agreed. Unfortunately, the farmhouse my parents owned and had been in the family for generations burned down, and so they moved into town and were renting. They found a nice house for a reasonable amount and signed a lease. I initially moved with them, but now there was no more farm to take care of, so I started looking for a new place to live. My mother again insisted on me staying with them, and after discussing it with my significant other, it was decided that I would stay with the folks in order to save up money for the future. After living in the same house for a few years, we found out that the owner had mortgaged the house to heaven and back, and it was being foreclosed on. Me and the folks found yet another house and lived there until the owner decided he wanted to retire from being a landlord, and so sold it off, meaning no renewed lease, and therefore they had to find a new place to live again. We ended up stuck in a little house in a bad neighborhood, which had no front porch light. I was again considering leaving for a more stable living condition, but at this point, my long-term girlfriend had become my fiancée, and I really needed to save up money for our future wedding, and so I stayed. Several things happened around that little house on the bad street that eventually scared my parents to buying a new house. Some of these events were just the result of living in a bad neighborhood. For example, there was a house down the street that the cops raided a few times in the year that we lived on that street because they were running a brothel. A church on the street got broken into and robbed more than once. A house burned down by an arsonist. A woman was dragged out of her home by the sheriff after the homeowner reported her for lack of rental payments. A guy across the street was being arrested almost weekly for domestic violence. Another up the street got raided a couple times for selling drugs. All sorts of other crazy and drama on that street. But none of those things are really what convinced my parents to buy a new place and move. The following are those events. Shortly after moving into the new place, my parents went out to spend some time with friends one night, and I was at home talking with my fiancée over Skype as she was in Ireland at the time. It was a warm summer's evening in early September, and the little house had no air conditioning, so I had the front door open to let air in through the screen door, and my bedroom door open so I wasn't roasting alive. From where I was sitting at my PC in my bedroom, I had a straight shot view out of my bedroom door to the front door. As my fiancé and I talked, I heard what sounded like the latch to the front screen door. I looked toward the door, but saw nothing. Assuming it was the wind rattling the screen door, I continued my conversation. Then I heard it again, and I watched the door for a moment to see if I could see the branches of the trees or the leaves blowing and swaying in the wind. There was no wind, so when I heard the latch jiggling a third time, I got up and went to investigate. And as I walked outside, there was a man walking off the side of the porch and away from the house. I called after him, asking if there was something he needed, but he ignored me completely. As this was happening, my parents were arriving home and saw the man crossing our driveway at an angle that made it obvious he had been on our porch, with me standing on the porch calling after him. He walked into the neighbor's house and disappeared from sight. My dad turned to me and asked, "What's happening? What did the guy want?" I proceeded to tell him about how I kept hearing the latch on the screen door, and when I attempted to investigate, I found this guy on our porch and bailing as quickly as possible, and when I asked what he needed, he ignored me and ran off. My dad then walked over to the neighbors to ask about the odd behavior. He wouldn't come to the door at first, but when he finally did, he claimed he was just looking to bum some cigarettes. My dad handed him a few, then asked why he hadn't just knocked, and if he needed cigarettes, why did he run when asked what he wanted? I should note here that my dad had accidentally left an almost full pack on his porch chair, and it hadn't been bothered. So naturally, we didn't believe him, and instead of answering my dad's questions, he just ran off into the house somewhere. My dad then found himself talking to an older couple, and found out through the old couple that they owned the house next door, and that the weird guy was their son, who had just gotten out of prison for theft-related crimes. He got caught about 6 weeks later breaking into another neighbor's house. The homeowner called the cops, and he was found to have violated his parole and was sent back to jail. But that's not the end of the story. Shortly after, the man next door tried to sneak into the house while I was still there. We started having an issue where someone had tried to get into the back door. We would come home from grocery shopping or something, and the back gate would be open, and the screen door on the back door would be swinging in the breeze. This went on for a while, until one day, we came home, found the back gate open again, and when we went to close the back screen door, there were tool marks on the door jamb, like someone had been trying to jimmy the door open. We found a small pry bar in the tall grass next to the back porch, and we realized that the only reason to leave it there was if the culprit had dropped it while running away as quickly as possible. Say, for example, if he needed to beat a hasty retreat over the back fence as the residents pulled up. At this point, my dad had had enough of the guy who had been next door, whoever was trying to get in through the back door, and so he decided some cameras would be useful and started to price things. He ended up getting some trail cams that could be plugged in to recharge, were motion activated, as trail cams usually are, and could be easily mounted. He put one up facing towards the back door where the camera could see through the window in the back door, and he mounted the other where it could see out the front door. These cameras were about to prove they were worth it. We had been in the place a few months now, and it was early March, and we had had snow overnight. I awoke to find 4 inches in the driveway, so I shoveled the snow out of the driveway real quick before heading off to work. My dad woke up about an hour later and also left for work, leaving my mother home alone. According to her, sometime during mid-morning, She was surprised by a knock at the door, and when she answered, there was a man there, stocky, around 5'7", with a goatee, offering snow removal services. My mother looked at the driveway and found it devoid of snow. When she looked back at the guy, he looked like he was trying to peer around her, into the house. She shut him down, telling him that she clearly didn't need snow removal, and closed the door in his face. As she did, she heard him kick the screen door as if he was attempting to put his foot in the door, as he insisted that he could do snow removal for just a nominal fee. She ignored him, and he eventually wandered off. She told me and my dad about it later, but there just wasn't much to the story. Some idiot offered snow removal to people who didn't need it. Not exactly the Amityville horror, so we kinda just brushed it off. A few weeks later in early April, my parents went on a cruise for my mother's birthday, leaving me alone in the house. I had been in the house alone for a few days when some guy showed up at around 8:30 p.m., pitch black night outside, saying that he was from the gas company that provided our gas company with natural gas, and he needed to come in and see our gas bills to make sure we were not being overcharged. I was immediately wary of the man, as he matched the description my mother had given me about the snow removal guy a month earlier, and it was 8:30 p.m. The gas company closed at 5. It was possible people would be doing overtime, but for 3.5 hours after closing, going door to door in the cold Michigan spring, it seemed unlikely. He was wearing an ID on a lanyard around his neck, but he kept his hands over the actual ID, and he flashed it at me so fast that I couldn't really see it. To be honest, what I did see looked like that back of a Topps baseball card with the player's stats. Then, he actually tried to push past me into the house, but I put my hand on his shoulder and pushed him back, while telling him no at the same time. He insisted that he was just making sure that we weren't being cheated, and then pointed to the only other house on the street with no front porch light, and said he had just come from over there, and that he had managed to cut over 10% of their gas bills. I cut him off and told him that not only was it late, but it did not go over my head, that his best and only example of his work was the only other poorly lit house with no front porch light, that I found it very suspicious that he actually expected me to show him private financial information on the gas bill. Nor did I believe the gas company would have people out so late. I told him he needed to leave, and he responded by trying to push past me again telling me it was fine and he was just there to help. I pushed him back again, more aggressively this time, and almost pushed him backward off the porch, firmly telling him no, I wasn't going to show him anything, and that he needed to leave. Now. I told him that it was not okay that he repeatedly tried to enter the home without permission, nor was it fine that he repeatedly demanded to see private financial information. Then I looked him in the eyes and, as confidently as possible, told him that this intrusion felt more to me like he was casing the house for a burglary, and I would be calling the cops immediately after closing the door. And then I warned him that I was former military and that I was armed, and that if I saw him around my house again, that I would act accordingly. Now, I am not a psycho. I had no real want to hurt anybody, but I needed him to know that I had the means, capability, and willingness to defend myself and the home, if necessary. He slowly walked off the porch as I closed the door, and he started down the street. I watched him through the windows walk right past all the well-lit houses of my neighbors. As he walked away, it occurred to me that he should have some sort of company vehicle. If he really was from the gas company as he claimed, there should be some sort of service truck or company car with a logo or rental tags. So I went out onto the front porch and looked up and down the street to find one. There was nothing. However, as I looked back toward him, he was signaling at someone who came from behind some bushes on a side street near the house, literally less than 10 yards away. The guy was taller and skinnier than his friend, like sickly and frail skinny, but somehow, he still had an aura of danger about him. The first guy made me feel slightly uneasy, but this guy made me feel chilled to the core, and he wore an oversized hooded sweater that in the darkness completely hid his facial features, giving him a look like the Grim Reaper. He kept pointing at the house, and his body language kept getting more and more forceful. I could tell he wanted to come back to the house for whatever reason, but the first guy didn't, and I couldn't help but wonder what their plan was that the accomplice wanted so much to complete. What would have happened if I had actually let this guy into the house? At this point, I followed through with my promise and pulled out my phone and called the police non-emergency line and reported him. I was on the phone with the officer taking my statement when the fake gas guy and his friend turned and started pointing at the house. That's when they realized I was still watching them from the porch, and the first guy began to run down the street. However, his accomplice just stood and looked in my direction as I spoke to the officer. I don't know how I know this, as I couldn't see his face with that giant hood up in the dark of the night, but I could tell he was staring at me, and as I watched him, I realized I couldn't look away from him. I felt like I had just entered a battle of wills, and if I looked away, it would end badly for me, so I just stood there and watched him, with chills dancing up and down my spine. After what felt like a small eternity, but what had to have been only several seconds of this staring contest, he looked away slowly and nonchalantly made his way back down the street to catch up with the fake gas guy. I realized I had been holding my breath and let out a long sigh. The officer was asking me if I was still on the line, and it occurred to me that I had just dropped off mid-conversation with the person on the other end. My knees felt weak, and I needed to sit down, so I went inside and locked the door. The police promised to send a patrolman around and take a look for anything suspicious, and told me to call back if they came back. I hung up the phone. I was alone, in a bad neighborhood, with a couple of random guys casing the house, one of which was clearly not right in the head. I went to bed with my weapon on my desk, ready to go just in case. I was woken up from a fitful sleep by my phone a couple hours later. The patrolman had caught the guys pulling the same shtick at another house with no porch light down the street. The creepy one was hiding around the corner of the house when the patrol car pulled up. I had to go in the next day to confirm they were the same people. While I never got a clear look at the accomplice's face, I was able to identify the person who knocked on my door. I read up on them in the paper a little while later. Apparently, they were looking for victims to rob, or so they claimed. The accomplice, apparently, had several large knives on him when he was arrested, hidden underneath his giant hoodie, leading police to believe he, at least, had other plans than just burglary. When confronted with these questions, they took plea deals in exchange for confessions. The one with the knives got his parole revoked and found himself back in jail with an extra couple years tacked onto his original sentence. The door knocker got 30 days in the county jail, 100 days community service, $1,000 fine, and 1 year probation. When my parents got back from their cruise, I told them what happened, and my mother rushed over to the trail cams. She found early March and the pictures of the snow removal guy, and then went to the next day in question and found pictures of the gas company guy. They were the same guy. Near as we can figure, because my dad and I worked long hours and were typically gone most of the day, the only person they had ever seen leaving and entering the house was my mother, who was a tiny old lady, so they assumed she lived alone. Then when he showed up late at night a couple weeks later, and instead of a lonely old lady, there was a 6'3" military vet telling him, "No, you're not coming in," and it bungled up whatever they were planning. I'll tell you what though, there was something about the accomplice that scared me. Maybe it was because he was hiding in the bushes the whole time me and his friend were having our exchange, or the fact that he kept his face hidden by an oversized hood. But before he ever even noticed me standing there, I could feel the danger emanating off him, like warning bells going off in my head, and it felt like he just loathed my entire being and wanted me to suffer for simply existing. The way he stared at me from under the dark shadows of his hood was almost inhuman. I took some time off work, used up some of my savings, and went to Europe to see my fiancée. I just needed to get away from that house for a while. While I was in Europe, my parents quickly bought up a house on the very edge of town, away from bad neighborhoods, and moved into it. When I got back from vacation, I asked them why they decided to buy all of a sudden, and they just told me that they never wanted to rent again after that house. It was summer of 2007, and my best friend and his girlfriend suggested that I get a date and we all go to some local hot pots, which are natural hot springs located deep in a nearby canyon, not too far from where we lived in Utah. Supposedly, these hot pots were awesome, super quick and easy to get to, just a short hike from where you park your car off the main road running through the canyon. It must have been around 7 p.m. that day when we parked the truck in Spanish Fork Canyon and set off on the trail that led to the natural hot springs. I don't know where my friend got his bad information, but it was definitely not a super quick and easy hike to the hot pots. More like a difficult hike that took over an hour on a very narrow path where we had to walk single file the whole time, and occasionally over some treacherous spots where one bad step would send you cascading down the mountain. It seemed like it would never end and we would never get to those hot springs, but after wearing ourselves out and not being adequately prepared, we finally made it. The sun was setting as we finally reached the clearing where the natural pools were dug out from the ground. It was later than we expected, but we figured it would be fun to soak in the hot water underneath the stars. We were so deep in the canyon at this point that the stars in the sky were brighter than any other time I have ever seen them in my life. No light pollution at all. We had probably been there for about 30 minutes and had the entire area to ourselves, just having a great time telling jokes and making each other laugh. The only light was from the stars, and the only sounds were from us. The quiet was almost eerie. Suddenly, we started to hear twigs snapping in the direction we came from. There was only one way in and out from the hot pots, that super narrow trail that we hiked in on, which ended at the pools. Soon we could make out the outline of a figure in the dark, someone with a flashlight coming down the trailhead to the pools that we were swimming in. I was in a great mood up to this point, and since this person's arrival had taken us all by surprise, I yelled out to them once I was confident that they would be able to hear me, to try and break the ice from any awkwardness, and also partly as a defense mechanism from the nervousness I was feeling all of a sudden. "Hey, you here to join the party?" Silence. The person keeps walking towards us and doesn't say a word. Immediately, alarm bells are going off in my head. My gut is telling me that something is not right here. I try to ignore how I'm feeling and make a joke to our group about that person being a weirdo for not answering, but now everyone is on edge. As the person begins to get closer, we can start to make out a little more than what we had been able to see before. It's definitely a man, above average size, dressed head to toe in black. This guy was wearing a hoodie and long pants in the middle of the summer in Utah. Who does that? We notice he's also wearing a black backpack before he gets to the clearing and turns off his flashlight. He continues walking towards us. Now there are half a dozen hot pots scattered around this clearing. There is no one else around except us. He has his pick of any one of them to swim in. But no, he walks directly towards ours and sits down about 6 feet from where we were soaking. My friend has a lantern, so he hops up to the side of the pool and grabs it and turns it on. Wait, what was this stranger just doing before we turned the lantern on? Was he ruffling through his bag, looking for something? One of us says something to him. Once again, no response. My friend temporarily turns off the lantern. I assume it's because the battery is low and he doesn't want to wear it out. But once the light is out, the stranger in black unzips his backpack again and starts frantically looking through it again. My friend immediately turns the lantern back on. The stranger quickly stops and zips the backpack back up, acting like nothing is happening. My friend notices that the stranger appears to be Hispanic, and so he greets him in Spanish. This clearly takes the stranger off guard, and he mumbles a response. My friend asks how he's doing. What is he up to tonight? Did he come for a swim? At least, that's what I assume from his tone. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know exactly what the stranger's responses were, but they were very brief and not friendly. After asking a few more questions to the guy, my friend turns to me and our dates in the pool and says very quietly, but dead serious. We need to go right now. Immediately, we start getting out of the pool and drying off with our towels. The stranger asks my friend a question in Spanish, something like, "Oh, where are you guys going so quickly?" And I surmise my friend is playing it off very calmly and like it's no big deal. Again, he turns to us as we're getting our things together and putting on our shoes, maybe not going as fast as we could. "We do not have time. Grab your stuff. We're going. Now." We don't ask questions. We grab our things and start practically running towards the trailhead as a group. As we look back, we see the stranger in black getting his things together, getting up and starting to follow us. At this point, there is no illusion of what is happening. This guy has bad intentions and is chasing after us on this narrow trail back to our vehicle. We know we've got an hour or more ahead of us until we're back to the safety of our vehicle, and we don't have anything to defend ourselves with at all. We are still wet. We got a head start on him, which was a big help. I took the lantern and took the lead of the group. We got into a single file line and locked hands with each other, knowing that we needed to keep moving as fast as we could, but not too fast, or we could literally fall to our deaths. The girls were behind me, with my friend at the back, who was giving us updates as to where the stranger in black was and telling us to move faster. He picked up the biggest, sharpest rock he could find and was prepared to attack this guy if he had to. I'm sure you can imagine the emotions that were running through all of us at that time. The girls are sobbing, trying to keep pace with me up front. I am yelling back to them, "Watch out for this, watch out for that," as we are making our way in the darkness as fast as we can. I am telling myself to stay calm so I don't scare the girls any more than they already are, while also feeling an overwhelming sense of dread that I don't want to die so young. I am only 19. After what feels like an eternity, we finally see the main canyon road and our truck. We all run towards it as my friend unlocks it, and we all get inside. We are all in shock at this point and just start shaking uncontrollably. I tell my friend to start the truck and start driving so that we can get out of there and never come back. I ask my friend, the one who was speaking Spanish to the stranger, "Why did you tell us to get out of there so quickly?" My friend answered that he purposely had been turning the lantern on and off because he noticed when he did, the stranger was searching in his bag for something, and when it came back on, the stranger closed it up fast and acted like he hadn't just been looking for something. That was when he tried speaking in Spanish to get a feel for what was going on with the guy. My friend said that he was asking the stranger some questions in Spanish, like, "Where are your friends?" And the stranger answered, "No friends," and other short answers to basic questions that gave my friend the absolute creeps. Once, the stranger asked my friend something about the girls who were with us. That was when he told us that we needed to get out of there. Apparently, he was able to see the stranger following us almost the entire way out of the trail, but dropped off towards the end when he couldn't keep pace with us. What was that stranger doing in the middle of the dark canyon by himself, dressed all in black? What did he have in his bag that he was trying to get to, that he didn't want us to see? And what would have happened to us if he would have caught up to our group on the trail that night? I am a 27-year-old man from Dallas, Texas, and as far back as I can remember, I have always had some sort of weird intuition about things, places, etc. My mom even says as a kid, I used to sleepwalk. She would tuck me into bed, go through the bathroom to my sister's room. Hers and my bedroom were connected through the bathroom at that time, and she said that when she would get to the stairs, there I would be, just standing there staring at her, very unaware of anything. Other times, she said she would wake up and I would be standing next to her bed, just staring at her. But that's just a little backstory. When I was 24, I'm 27 now, I had just gotten into a relationship with my now ex-boyfriend, who is still my best friend. We had been at my place chilling and hanging out, having a great time, and he had gotten up to use the bathroom while I stayed on the couch, trying to find something else to watch. and while he was in the bathroom, I suddenly started noticing the lights begin to flicker. Now, to any normal person, this is no big deal really, and it wasn't really to me at first either. That is until I began to hear what sounded like my mother's voice calling my name, from what sounded like outside my front door, coming up the stairs. I looked at my phone and saw that it was 12:30 at night, and started to panic a little about what she could possibly be coming to tell me so late. So I got off the couch to let her in before she could knock, but when I opened the door, she wasn't there. She wasn't coming up the stairs. I went to the outside balcony, and her car wasn't even outside. My boyfriend came out of the bathroom and asked me what I was doing with the door open, and I told him, I thought I heard my mom. He responded, confused, "This late?" We both chuckled and sat back on the couch to watch a movie, but I remember I wasn't feeling comfortable anymore. It was about 2 a.m. when my boyfriend and I decided to call it a night. I walked him out the door, kissed him goodnight, and before he walked down to his car, he turned and looked at me sort of puzzled and said, "Be safe." Now this may not seem weird or eerie, but the thing about it was, I was at my home. We usually would only tell each other when we were leaving the other's house and driving home. And the way he said it, as if he was absolutely terrified that this was the last time that we would see each other. I told him, "I will." Watched him get into his car and drive away. I went back into my apartment and immediately went to my room to go to bed. I laid down and turned on an episode of Golden Girls. I began to feel myself drifting off to sleep and eventually just fell asleep. While I was sleeping, I kept feeling like someone was entering my room. I kept sensing my bedroom door opening and closing, and someone just hovering, watching me. I found myself not being able to wake up and see what was actually going on, but also knowing it wasn't an episode of sleep paralysis, which I have also experienced. The final time I sensed my door opening, a figure popped into my head and was standing in my room. At first I couldn't make it out, but then my mind cleared, and it was Scar from The Lion King. At least, the head was Scar. He was wearing a black suit and had human legs and glowing red eyes. He stood in my doorway. He flicked out one of his claws on his paw like you do a switchblade in an old movie. And I remember it being a really loud flick. He licked his lips and said, "Rest now, young one." After that, I just remember being awoken by my phone ringing. It was my mom. I answered groggy and still half asleep to her asking, "Are you okay? Something told me to call and check on you." I sat up and realized it was daylight outside. I looked down at the phone and also saw that it was 12:30 in the afternoon. I rubbed my eyes and said I was fine, just trouble sleeping. I then asked, had she come by my place last night at all? And she said, "I was going to, but I decided to head home instead." "How did you know?" I lied and told her I didn't, just asked. Now call me paranoid or crazy, but as soon as I moved out of that apartment, I had actually forgotten about this whole ordeal until my ex asked me recently, "Do you remember that time your mom came over at like midnight?" It actually sent chills down my spine when the whole night came flooding back to me. Scar has only come back twice since I have moved, and sometimes, randomly, I can still hear the flick of his nail. Lion King nightmares. They are the worst. I live in a rather rural area, the kind of place where you both know what to expect and don't know what to expect. People here tend to be latched onto the older way of thinking and living, and I'm all for that. That being said, it is easy to assume that nothing much happens here. At least, nothing that would really raise any red flags. The thing is, about 5 years ago, something abnormal did happen. 5 years ago, I thought I was going to lose my life due to a case of wrong place, wrong time in the parking lot of an all-you-can-eat buffet. I was in middle school at the time and was having one of the worst school years yet. Luck didn't seem to be on my side, so of course this day wouldn't be any different. My family, Grandpa, Mom, and little sister had gone to church that morning and had taken my friend and her younger sister as well. Once it was over, my mom decided that we would treat ourselves to an early lunch and headed over to a local all-you-can-eat buffet. It was a humble place, and the atmosphere of the farm around it was peaceful. It lulled you into a sense of security. We were waiting in the lobby area, sitting on a bench, when two women came in. They both seemed to be in their 40s. The taller woman was obviously the leader of the two, and the shorter woman seemed to hang back, letting the other do the talking, chiming in here and there. The taller woman was gushing over how adorable my sister was to her. She was in elementary school at the time, and kept saying how she looked like a princess. We thought she was just an overly expressive and nice woman, and left it at that as we walked to our table and got settled in. Fast forward, and we are eating dessert. I had gotten my usual, that being a mixed vanilla and chocolate ice cream, topped off with Oreo bits, caramel, and 2 marshmallows covered in chocolate from the chocolate fountain. Yes, I know, I kinda went overboard, but whatever, I was a kid. I was about 3/4 of the way done with my dish when the two ladies suddenly appeared at our table. I immediately thought it was odd that they deliberately searched us out in there, but kept eating. The lead woman got to talking about herself and revealed she was a church official. She claimed to work in a sort of crisis center at her church, located in Delaware. Her friend, I cannot remember whether she actually told anything about herself, but if she did, none of us can recall it. They then told my mom and grandpa that they had a gift for my sister, and I admit, I was kind of jealous upon hearing that. Of course, she was getting a gift. The woman pulled some letters out of her purse and showed them to my mom and sister. She told us that she was pen pals of a sort with Princess Kate. I later would learn from my mom that the letters were basically automatic replies, not actual letters from Kate herself. So, nothing special really. It's like the equivalent of getting the answering machine to a secretary in the mall. But nonetheless, my mom went along with it. Then, to my surprise, the woman said she had a gift for me. But unlike the gift from my sister, which had been in her purse, she said mine was in her car. Red flags immediately went up in my head. There was no way I was going with this random lady, alone, out to her car. My mom, to this day, I have no idea what she was thinking, told her that I could go, so long as my grandpa went with me. My grandpa gave my mom a "what are you talking about? Why should we go with them?" look, and turned to me. I hesitated, but we walked out with the two women. At this point, knowing the head woman was a church official, I figured she was going to give me a Bible or something. My grandpa, in his late 50s, seemed uneasy and stuck close to me. As we approached the car, I saw that it was in fact not a car at all. It was a van. A white van. Cliché, I know, but it's the truth. We followed the two women over, and the leader walked over to the passenger side. We were right behind her, but had failed to notice the other woman lagged behind and placed herself between us and the exit between the van and the other car. The lead woman was in front of us, meaning we were boxed in. No way out. The leader unlocked her doors and pulled open the sliding door, ducking inside. My grandpa seemed to tense up, his eyes darting around. He had noticed the other woman was blocking us off and was on edge. He had a bad feeling about this and was fully prepared to fight these women to save me, if need be. Then, something that I never would have dreamed of happened. The woman, after rummaging around in her van, emerged, wielding a sword, and not some fake prop sword that you get at Party City or something. A legit sword. Glinting in the gray autumn light, its hilt adorned with details and jewels. I just about crapped my pants. I thought this was the end. I was going to die by the blade of some psychotic church official in the parking lot of a rural buffet. My grandpa's eyes went wide, and I saw his hands clenched into fists, and he prepared to knock this woman out. This seemed to go in slow motion, taking forever, but was only a few seconds. And then, as my life flashed before my eyes, this woman asked us what our names were. The sword was still in her hand, but she didn't swing it at us.
I was terrified, thinking this woman was the kind of killer who likes to know her victim's name before doing the deed. I told her my name. She then performed a small ceremony, reciting some religious statements, and lowered the blade to touch both of my shoulders, one at a time. She then brought it down to my head and raised it, bringing it in front of herself, straight into the air, and proclaimed me, "Sir, insert my name, a knight of God." She asked the same of my grandpa, and after getting his name, did the same for him. She told us that she hoped we liked our gifts, and still shell-shocked, we thanked her, and my grandpa and I left the two women. We speed-walked inside, found our table, and proceeded to fill my mom in on what just happened. She didn't believe us at first, but we soon convinced her. My grandpa and I both scolded her for making us go out with these women. My grandpa was especially angry. If that woman had other intentions with that sword, we would both be dead. The women didn't come back over to us, and oddly enough, we didn't see them when leaving. We never saw those women again, and suffice it to say, I'm glad. They weirded me out, and I just hoped they went back to Delaware where they belonged. Maybe they could knight other random strangers along the way. It's been half a decade now since my grandpa and I were proclaimed knights. My close friends sometimes refer to me as Sir, which I find funny. I never let my mom live that down either, prodding her about it whenever I get the chance. All in good fun, of course. It's also a fantastic story to tell people and get them interested in you, and no one I have met has been able to top me when we get to sharing. Now, one last thing has always lingered in the back of my mind, something that still unsettles me to this day. About 2 weeks prior to this event, there had been some beheadings a few states over that had made the news. It makes me wonder, could it have been those two women? Was I knighted by a murderer? On the morning of March 20th, 2021, I saw a post online stating that the Boeing X-37B orbital test vehicle would be visible in the night sky over the northern United States and southern Canada. I have never really been that interested in space, to be honest, but I do enjoy stargazing from time to time, and it was a clear night, so I decided to head out into the hills to try and catch a glimpse of the craft. I tried to convince my boyfriend to come with me, but he was too busy playing Fortnite, or whatever shooter game was popular at the time. I threw an old lawn chair into the back of my new Toyota Tacoma and drove 15 minutes outside of town to where I knew there was a lookout. It was at the end of a long dead-end dirt road that went up the backside of a ski hill and came out into a large open area that overlooked part of the resort, but more importantly, gave an incredible view of the stars. I was hoping that no one else would be up there, since it was the closest thing we had to a lover's lane, where teenagers would go to fool around in their parents' cars. Fortunately, I got lucky that night, as the little parking area was completely deserted. I set up my lawn chair on the grass a few feet away from my truck and gazed up at the beautiful night sky. Even with the almost full moon lighting up the night, there was an incredible amount of stars visible. It was almost overwhelming, especially considering I really had no idea what I was even looking for. I was assuming that I wouldn't actually be able to see the craft itself, and that it would just be some moving lights in the sky, but I didn't know for sure. Every plane passing overhead gave me a little rush until I realized what it was. Finally, 8:45 p.m. rolled around, exactly when the post online said it would appear, and there it was, coming over the horizon from the west. This glowing orb of light moving quickly across the night sky. It had a faint ring around it, kind of like the full moon often gets on a clear night, and I knew right away it had to be the craft. I tried to snap a few pictures, but of course, phone cameras can never capture the true beauty of the night. After about 5 minutes, it had disappeared off to the east, and I was getting cold, so I decided to head home and packed up my chair and got back into my truck. A funny thing about the new Toyota Tacomas is that they come with a GoPro mount on the windshield, just to the right of the rear view mirror. I guess Toyota finally noticed that these trucks are almost exclusively purchased by outdoor adventure seekers. I am no exception to that, and sometimes liked to record footage of my drives on scenic back roads on my way to and from a mountain biking trail to add to the video. Oftentimes, though, this meant that I would get home and leave the camera on my windshield. Well, this time apparently was no exception, because as I got back in the truck, I noticed the camera sitting there next to my mirror and laughed to myself that I had done it again. Then I noticed something strange. The camera was on, and the little red recording light was blinking. Normally, if I left my GoPro in the truck, or even unattended somewhere in the house, the battery would just die, and I definitely didn't turn the camera on, so this was really weird. I was curious, though, as to whether or not the camera picked up anything, since it was a rather bright night out, and my truck was pointed in roughly the right direction, that it might have picked up the craft coming over the horizon. I pulled up the GoPro app on my phone to have a look at the footage, and was expecting to see some of the drive there, but the video started with the truck already parked at the lookout. I wasn't in the shot, sitting in my lawn chair, so it was pretty much just a shot of the sky. I saw briefly what I believed to be the craft in the corner of the video, but it was hard to tell on such a small screen with terrible video quality due to the low light conditions. I was about to turn the video off when I noticed movement off to the right. A large dark shape that I couldn't quite make out was moving towards the truck. As it got closer, I could see it more clearly as it was above the horizon on the video, so it was silhouetted against the bright night sky. It was a huge animal. Based on its height, it had to have been at least 8 feet tall on its hind legs. I couldn't tell if it was horns or ears protruding from its head, but it definitely had something on top. It turned its head, and I caught a flash of red in its eyes as it did, and then it disappeared from the video. That was all I could take. I started the truck and peeled out down the dirt road, sending gravel everywhere as I went. I had been sitting out there mere feet away from this creature without even knowing it was there. I kept expecting it to leap out of the trees any second and flip my truck with its massive arms or something, but it didn't. Every little shadow my headlights cast on the trees made me jump, thinking it was the animal. I just couldn't get that image of its silhouette out of my mind. I made it to the main road and flew back towards town doing well above the speed limit, and when I got back to the house, my heart felt like it was going to explode. My boyfriend was obviously quite concerned when he saw me walk into the house in tears and asked me what was wrong. I could barely string a sentence together and told him to have a look at the video. I handed him my GoPro and my phone, and he tried to get it to work, but couldn't. He pulled the SD card out and put it into his laptop, and while he was doing that, I calmed down enough to somewhat describe what had happened. To my dismay, when he tried to pull up the video, the footage was all corrupted. Some skiing footage from the winter still left on that card was fine, but the one clip I needed to prove my story was gone. My boyfriend said it was probably just a bear, since they have been known to walk on their hind legs, and showed me several videos of bears doing just that. Even that's not exactly a comforting thought, but unfortunately, I don't think it was a bear anyway. All the videos he showed me of bears walking on 2 legs looked almost comical, since they really do look more like a human in a bear suit than a real bear. The way they move is rather clumsy, in stark contrast to the very smooth and methodical movements of the beast that I had seen. The silhouette also didn't look the same, but without the video footage to directly compare, and only my panicked memory to go on, who knows what it truly was. All I know is, I definitely will not be venturing out into the woods alone at night, ever again. I firmly believe that no technical error with my GoPro could have possibly turned it on at that exact right moment to capture the beast, and that whatever the beast was, it must have had something to do with the camera turning on, and I also believe it had something to do with the corrupt footage. It didn't want me to be able to prove its existence, but it definitely wanted me to see it, and to know that it was watching me, possibly as a warning not to trespass on its territory again. I am a mail carrier here in California. A big part of my job is delivering Amazon packages, and as you can imagine, my workload has increased significantly during the last year or so. As per usual, this has increased the number of strange encounters I have had. My current route for the past 6 months led me through multiple subdivisions of large, beautiful homes, like swimming pools with hot tubs in every backyard. Given the past year, I have noticed people, mainly older folk, have really taken to coming outside to talk to me across their yards. I don't mind at all, but try to keep it short so I don't fall behind on deliveries. One of my favorite residents is an older lady, who I will call Mrs. Lithgow for the sake of this story. She must be well into her 70s and loves to chat about everything going on in the neighborhood. It's not unusual for her to report back that so-and-so has left their lawn unattended for 2 months, or that they have strange visitors at odd hours. I usually just nod and smile. The house across the street from Mrs. Lithgow was only listed for sale for a few days when it was purchased really quickly. Shortly thereafter, my truck began to fill up with Amazon packages for whoever lived there. Mrs. Lithgow noticed right away and told me a week later that the packages would stay in their pile until nighttime and then will have disappeared by morning. This didn't seem strange to me at the time. Mrs. Lithgow became further concerned and began telling me that there always seemed to be a lot of screaming coming from the house later in the evening. I hadn't heard anything, but my deliveries were always earlier in the morning. My first strange encounter was dropping off a stack of packages. I had loaded my arms way higher than I'm supposed to and was waddling up the path. I felt my foot hit something hard and thought I felt it break. I set the stack down and, to my horror, realized I had kicked a bag of garbage that had fallen open. Sticking out of the top was a jar with what looked like blood inside. It was leaking onto the hot stone path, and as soon as I had stopped, the smell was unbearable. I also noticed that there was a creepy doll in the bag. I quickly finished my delivery and got out of there. I thought about calling the police, but honestly, I was afraid to, so I talked myself out of it. Mrs. Lithgow approached me a few weeks later, telling me that she had finally met the homeowner. After the whole bottle incident, I was pretty interested to know who lived there. Mrs. Lithgow said it was a petite, pink-haired woman who said she was living there with her autistic charge. Mrs. Lithgow thought it was so strange that this young woman lived there alone with this other person, but no one was ever seen coming or going. I chalked it up to the virus and went on with my day. Mrs. Lithgow, however, did not. The next day, she came racing to the side of the road. I had to remind her to stay 6 feet away, but she was shouting that there had been an incident. Apparently, the woman living in the house and the man she cared for had been spotted outside in the backyard. Kids were playing a few houses down and came running in yelling that the autistic man had threatened to kill them after yelling at them, "Do you know who I am?" I'll admit, I wanted to know more, but didn't have the time to ask questions. Another time, she told me that pink smoke had billowed out of the house and 2 people came running out, screaming. After that, I didn't see Mrs. Lithgow, as she had left town to visit one of her kids. The house stayed quiet, and I continued to leave stacks and stacks of packages there. I began to notice that the names on the packages were often different, lots of times just being Fat Goblin, quote-unquote, and other weird things. I once ran into 2 electricians leaving the house. As I passed them, one of them said, "That house is full of cat feces. Full of it." When my route was slightly altered so their address was later in the day, I also started to hear the yelling that I think Mrs. Lithgow had been referring to. It definitely was a grown man, and he was constantly yelling almost incoherent things like, "Me cause crying." At first, I thought he might have been yelling at me, but several times I noticed he was yelling before I even approached the house. I thought maybe it was linked to his diagnosis. Honestly, none of these occurrences were that weird to me, given some of the other experiences I have had. A few weeks ago, I had to deliver a package that required a signature. I had never actually seen anyone there myself, but I knocked anyways. I heard a small shriek and shuffling about. Concerned, I walked toward the side of the house, but still in front, and yelled, hello? I need a signature for a package here." The shuffling continued. I went back to the front door to knock one last time, and to leave a note letting them know where they could pick it up. I suddenly heard loud and fast stomping from inside the house. I peeked into the glass of the door to see if someone was coming. It was a stocky man, dressed in a spandex suit from head to toe. He was holding some kind of weapon and waved it in the air. I stepped back in shock. I froze just for a second, long enough to hear him yell, "You're not safe here." That was enough to get me moving again. I turned and began to run. As I raced down the driveway and back into my truck, I could now fully see the man, holding his weapon, yelling, "I kill." I took off. I called my supervisor immediately, but was told there is nothing we can do about it, because technically, I was on his property and he never directly threatened me. I still think I should have called the police. I began leaving the packages at the end of their driveway, and have not heard or seen anyone in that house again. It was early April, and I had just gotten home from a long day of shopping. I decided to get some dinner and watch videos on my phone for a while. A couple hours passed, and I decided I was bored and asked my parents if I could go on a walk. By this time, it was almost 7:30 p.m., and it was starting to get dark outside. But I thought, why not, since it would be a short walk. I grabbed my phone and headed down the stairs and out the door. I decided I would walk up a hill near my house, certain that I would be back down before it was pitch black outside. This hill had a one-lane road going up it, with close to 4-foot tall grass on the side. Halfway up the hill, I realized I had underestimated how dark it was going to get, because by this time, I could barely see 10 feet in front of me, because after all, a phone flashlight isn't very far ranged. I reached the top of the hill and looked at my phone for a minute. Realizing it was at 20%, I turned to start back down the hill, but as I did, I saw a person walking with a flashlight up the hill. The person started waving the flashlight around in circles. I thought the person might be trying to get my attention, so I waited at the top for them to catch up to me. But as they got closer, I realized the mistake I had made. Now, I am not the type of person to judge, but this person was really scary looking. They had frizzy dark hair, a heavy coat on. Mind you, it was close to 70 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and long baggy pants. But what freaked me out the most was the sound they were making. They made a weird humming sound, but it sounded like they had their tongue on the roof of their mouth. It was a low sound. I was getting really nervous at this point, so I decided I wasn't going to wait for them. I started walking along the road again, hoping I could find another road to walk onto. My plan was to find another road and then sprint home. After they got up the hill and I could see them again, they screamed at me. It wasn't a word though, just gibberish. I started walking faster because at this point, it was totally pitch black outside, besides this person's light, and I could barely see because I turned my phone off to preserve the battery life. Finally, I saw a trail going into a patch of trees. I ran towards it. The person must have seen me start running because they picked up their pace. I was being chased. The trail started going downhill and I could see some dim streetlights at the bottom. The person kept running after me, only to get faster as the trail headed down. After about 5 seconds of running, I hear the person grunt loudly, only to realize they had fallen. Their flashlight rolled down the hill. I didn't care. I just ran until I got back on a road. I eventually made it back home and told my parents what had happened. They scolded me and called me selfish because I didn't see if the person needed my help. But what they failed to realize is, if they really needed help, they would have said something instead of chasing me. Now I refuse to walk alone at night, and I highly recommend that you don't either. You never know who you might meet on a dark road. The following events happened to my father in the late 60s when he was about 7 or 8 years old. I have changed the names for privacy. Growing up in a rural Canadian town to a poor family, my father Dean and his siblings never had much in the way of entertainment. Often left unsupervised, were all too frequently left to their own devices, giving them ample opportunity to indulge in interesting and sometimes dangerous activities. After accumulating several injuries this way, rather than putting their foot down, Dean's parents chose a more hands-off approach. The children's misadventures became all too easy to ignore completely. On a warm summer evening, the sun still burning high in the sky, Dean found himself wandering the neighborhood with 3 of his good friends who lived nearby. Spending most of the day roughhousing and pulling pranks, the group of kids decided their fun just wasn't over yet and brainstormed on where to play next. One of Dean's friends, Thomas, suggested they go play in the local quarry as there were plenty of boulders and sand dunes to climb on. Being a year or so older than the other boys, Thomas's ideas always seemed like good ones, and so they all headed out to the big pit. Upon arriving at the quarry, dunes upon dunes of sand loomed over them, and the group of kids headed straight for the tallest one. They all took turns climbing up and sliding down through the sand. They were having what seemed like innocent fun, and had no idea their fun was about to quickly come to a terrifying end. Atop the dune, Thomas readied himself to slide down to his friends waiting below. Dean and the other 2 boys, Will and Jason, sat on the lower part of the dune cheering on Thomas. But as he began to slide, their cheers turned into screams of horror. With Thomas came an avalanche of heavy sand, engulfing the 3 boys entirely. Unable to stop, Thomas rode the wave of sand to the bottom of the dune and quickly realized that his friends were all buried alive in its wake. Frantically, Thomas started digging through the sand. A minute passed before he could hear a faint voice from beneath the dirt. He clawed and clawed until he eventually uncovered Dean, out of breath and pale as a ghost. Having been sat higher up on the dune than his 2 friends, Dean had been fairly close to the surface after the avalanche. The 2 continued to dig randomly, not knowing where or how deep Will and Jason were in the pile of sand. Realizing the severity of the situation, they knew they needed help. They separated, each running home as fast as they could. Dean burst through the door of his house, yelling to his parents that his friends were buried in the quarry and that he desperately needed help digging them out. Covered head to toe in sand and obviously distressed, his parents took one look at him and shook their heads. Rather than help and concern, he got a lecture. They didn't believe his story at all. He continued to beg them for help, but to no avail. Eventually, getting impatient, Dean fled the house to head back to the quarry, hoping that Thomas's parents hadn't been so ignorant. He arrived shortly to find Thomas, his parents, and several neighbors digging furiously through the sand. After several minutes, the boys' bodies were found amongst the sand, completely limp. It was too late. Ambulances came, and officers got details from Dean and Thomas. The 2 surviving boys never spoke again after the accident. Dean was never given any of the support or resources he needed to deal with the traumatic events that day. He lost his best friends in an instant, and has never truly found closure. This story will be told from the point of view of my old roommate. This event happened shortly after we moved out, and went our separate ways, and still gives me chills to this day. I began moving into my new 1-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend the day after the old lease ended. My apartment was small in size and on the bottom floor. There was a window in the bedroom that faces the outside walkway and the front door to our apartment. I spent the whole day carrying boxes from my boyfriend's truck to the apartment. I noticed a dirty-looking man in a rusty, beat-up red Toyota staring at us while we moved each box. He looked about 40, had round glasses with a very thin frame. His hair was stringy and thinning at the top, and looked as if it had once been white, but yellowed due to the lack of cleanliness. I wouldn't have given his gaze much thought, except he had been sitting in his car for nearly 2 hours now. not waiting for anyone, it seemed, just staring at us, moving his head to keep his gaze as we moved from the truck to our building. I told my boyfriend, and he just shrugged it off, telling me that maybe he was just a neighbor trying to see who moved in. We just ignored the man and finished unloading boxes before settling in for the night. Fast forward to the next night. My boyfriend and I had unpacked most of the kitchen, so we were having a late dinner and ended up drinking some wine. It was about 12:30 a.m., and we were just talking and hanging out when we heard a slight tap on the window. It was strange. It wasn't as if someone were knocking on it, but more like as if someone had accidentally hit it with an object of some sort. I peeked through the blinds to find nothing but darkness outside. Without giving it a second thought, my boyfriend and I finished our dinner and wine, turned out the lights, and went to bed. We awoke around 2 a.m. to a soft knock on the door. My boyfriend, very tired and very irritated, got up from bed to go check the peephole to see who could possibly be trying to reach us at such an hour. He looked through the peephole to find a man standing outside the door, staring directly into the peephole. He sneakily made his way back to our room, carefully trying not to make any sound, so whoever it was outside couldn't hear movement within the apartment. He went up to me and shook my leg a little bit, whispering that there was some creepy old man outside the door, just staring at it. I awoke immediately and slowly went to the window to see who it was. The blinds were raised about only an inch or so I tried to identify the man using the small sliver of window that was exposed. I saw a hand tapping on the window, tapping as if he was patiently waiting for someone to open the door for him. I froze in fear and waited. We heard the man turn around and leave. My boyfriend checked the front door to confirm that he wasn't outside the door anymore, as I was terrified to even peek out the window. We were so bugged out that we didn't end up sleeping much for the rest of the night. The next day, we were really anxious and worried about the situation, so we spoke with our front office and tried to explain what had happened. The front office basically said that maybe someone thought they were at the right apartment building and that it was just a mistake or a misunderstanding. It wasn't that big of a deal, and we needed to just not worry about it. They said that if it happened again, to try to identify the person or talk to them to see what they wanted. Great advice, right? Later that night, we left the front porch light on to feel a little bit more safe. We locked all the doors and windows and cuddled in bed with the lights off while watching some TV show on low volume. Eventually, we drifted off to sleep. I awoke around 2:20 a.m. to my boyfriend tapping on me, whispering, "He's back." Wide-eyed with fear, I let out a small gasp. My boyfriend handed me a weapon and said, "Don't use this unless you need to," and left the room. I was completely terrified, confused, and worried at this point, and decided to try to see who this creep was. I once again looked through the small sliver of window that was showing, but could only see their bottom half. I made my way to the front door where my boyfriend was, his face glued to the peephole. I asked if I could take a look, and instantly, I could make out who it was. I saw the yellowed, thinning hair and the glasses. It was the same man that was watching us move in a few days ago. I took a step back and began to silently freak out. We heard the man knock gently again on the door. He leaned in real close to the peephole, startling my boyfriend and causing him to let out a small gasp. The man leaned back, turned around, and immediately walked upstairs. We waited. We never saw him come back down. We never heard movement in the upstairs apartment either. Frightened, we went back to bed and didn't sleep until the sun came up. As soon as the office opened, we went in to report the incident, and one of the leasing managers looked distressed. She went on to tell us that this was the 5th report on similar incidents made by multiple tenants throughout the apartment complex. She told us that they were looking into it to find out who this person was. For about a week, we heard nothing, and no one came to the door during the dark hours of the night. We began to get back to our normal routine and paid no mind to the weirdness that we had experienced. About 3 weeks after that last incident, we received a call from the front office. Apparently, there was a disturbed tenant that lived in the complex and they always had really random and weird complaints about him. He was an older man, apparently had some issues in his past. They were calling to let us know that he was the one who had been randomly knocking on doors and sneaking around multiple buildings in the complex. They said that he had been evicted due to his behavior and that we wouldn't have to deal with him again. They apologized and then hung up. And that was that. We never heard weird noises in the night or saw his car in the parking lot after that. We continued to live out the rest of our lease and eventually moved out to a nicer apartment complex across town. It always stuck with me. I always got skittish during the nights and would check the windows multiple times before bed. I think the strangest thing to me was that the building we lived in wasn't even remotely close to the one that he apparently resided in. He had watched us move in and decided that's who he wanted to creep on in the middle of the night. If there's one thing that I learned, it's to listen to what that gut feeling inside is telling you. Always be aware of your surroundings, and be careful with who is paying attention when you are not. I was in the police force in the West Midlands, UK for 10 years, mainly as a neighborhood officer, and patrolled either on foot or car. During one particular night shift during the winter, myself and a female officer were conducting marked car patrols in a neighborhood which traditionally was susceptible to burglaries during the run-up to Christmas. During this shift, we heard an open call on the radio from police control, stating that emergency services had received a panicked phone call from an address in the area we were patrolling, reporting about a possible intruder, and was asking for all officers available to make their way to that address immediately. Being the only officers in the area, me and my colleague made our way on blues and twos to the address. We arrived literally in minutes. The house the call had come from was large and old, probably early 1900s. Upon knocking on the door, we were answered by 3 girls in their mid to late teens, and clearly utterly terrified. All speaking at once and making no sense, we had to calm them down, and I asked the oldest to explain herself. She stated that they were hearing very loud footsteps coming from their attic, and that this had been going on for around 10 minutes. While the eldest sister was showing me the attic entrance and explaining to me that nobody ever uses their attic, that's when all of us heard a very heavy and distinctive set of noises that sounded like footsteps above us. These footsteps sounded like someone walking from one side to the other, purposely as if stomping to get our attention. I actually remember the first thought in my head was, whoever is up there is big. Nonsense, of course, because you never know. It was just the first silly thought in my head. Now, the 3 sisters started screaming and crying. My colleague asked the girls to go downstairs, while I pulled the access ladder down, leading to the attic. Trying to stay as calm as I could, but with my adrenaline obviously going wild, I shined my torch upward into the attic, shouting, "Police!" No reply. "Police, come down now!" Again, no reply. I had no choice. I had to go up and investigate. With my colleague right behind me, I crept up into the attic slowly, not knowing at all what to expect, and not knowing who I was going to find. With just the top half of my head through the attic entrance hatch, I shined my torch in a circular motion around the attic. There was nobody. I crept up the access ladder slowly, my main fear being that I was going to get hit in the head as I ascended. The attic was utterly empty and pitch black, and clearly had not been used in a long time, if at all. Me and my colleague entered the attic very slowly. At 6'2", walking around was hard, and I had to do so almost crouched. Absolutely nobody was up there. We both searched for some evidence of any presence. There was nothing. No sign of any entry or escape. But me, my colleague, and the 3 girls all heard those footsteps, very loud and very distinct. On the write-up of this log, my colleague just wrote, "No trace," and closed it. I reassured the girls that there was nobody up there, and they asked me to explain what the footsteps were, which I didn't know how to answer. I just said that old houses sometimes can make these kinds of sounds, and that I experienced this before. Of course, that was BS. I just didn't want them to be frightened. I didn't know what other advice to give, other than call a priest, but of course, I couldn't say that. I don't know what caused those sounds, but who knows? One thing I have learned from my time in the police: the living are far more frightening than the prospect of any ghost. It was a hot summer day. The humid air covered my body like a wet blanket as the powerful rays of sun landed on my shirtless body. I could hear the mild, soothing sound of chimes that were gently played by the ocean breeze. As I looked down at the path in front of me, I counted dozens of small seashells scattered within the sands of the beach. Looking out at the horizon, I could see the ocean tide working its way down the shore, exposing the small patches of reef that were hidden by the sea during the day. While enjoying the peace and tranquility of the moment, my mind was full of excitement for the night to come. Growing up, my family had a decades-long tradition of hitching up the travel trailer once a year and taking a 2-week-long vacation to Puerto Penasco, Mexico. Puerto Penasco, mostly known as Rocky Point to vacationers and tourists, is a small beach town in the northeastern point of the Gulf of California. Most people would have no idea that such a tranquil oceanfront destination is only a few hours' drive from Phoenix, Arizona's capital city. To this day, I vividly remember the trips from the back of our family Suburban. I would look out the window and watch the landscape change from Arizona's high desert of pines, juniper trees, and rolling valley meadows to a gradually more and more barren desert. By the time you get to the Rocky Point, all you can see in the distance are rolling sand dunes with scattered desert plants and saguaro cactus. To anyone traveling there for the first time, the barren atmosphere can leave you wondering why you are even there, and why anyone would ever recommend Rocky Point as one's vacation destination. But once you enter town, you realize why the place comes so highly recommended. Rows and rows of outdoor booths line both sides of the main street. Vendors try to sell you clothes, knickknacks, decorations, and furniture, all of which have the flair and cultural undertones of Mexico's rich history. Perhaps the greatest of all, the best food that will ever pass your lips. I have always had a love for Mexican food, but sitting at a breezy beachfront restaurant looking out at the anchored fishing boats that supplied the very shrimp in your tacos, words simply do not do it justice. Rocky Point, Mexico is simply but a destination of peace, tranquility, and unparalleled recovery for the weary soul. Looking back, perhaps the surreal atmosphere, combined with my childhood naivety, left me with the feeling that nothing bad could ever happen in this wonderful oasis. One fateful night, however, would change my attitude for years to come. Being in my early teens, mischievousness was simply baked into my DNA. My brother and I, along with some friends, would frequently spend our evenings on the secluded low-tide beach, lighting off fireworks we purchased from local vendors. Some fireworks were relatively harmless, such as Roman candles and bottle rockets. Other fireworks had a much bigger kick and were known to be loud enough to set off alarms for cars distantly parked within the beachfront trailer park. One evening, we had just lit off the last of our fireworks and started scheming on what other antics we could employ to keep ourselves entertained. One friend had a crazy idea of taking a nighttime swim in the ocean. These were known to be very calm waters, small waves with no major currents. Before we knew it, we had stripped down to our swimming trunks and headed in. The beaches in Rocky Point taper at a very shallow angle. Even after going out into open waters a quarter of a mile, I could still stand on the bottom to keep my head above water. At some point, we decided it was time to head back. At this time of night, our only source of light on the waters were the stars, as well as a mostly full moon. On a night like this, the visibility is surprisingly good, with the water reflecting the moon's light in all directions. Despite the relatively good visibility, seeing under the water was simply impossible. As I looked down my body to see that the waterline was now about the height of my mid-waist, I had a bit of an uneasy feeling. It was not until that moment it occurred to me that if something were under the water with me, I would have no way of knowing it. Little did I know that my fear of the unknown was going to get much, much worse. As we waded through the water working our way back to shore, something bumped into the back of my legs, hard enough to almost take my legs out from under me. I jolted forward, turning to look down at the waters behind me. I felt a tingling sensation run up my spine, and my hair stood up on end as I saw a light-colored blur disappear into the dark, murky waters. My heart began to pound so hard, the sound of my own heartbeat nearly drowned out the sound of my friends splashing and fooling around just in front of me. I felt a slight sense of relief as I saw the head of my brother pop out of the water ahead of me, apparently swimming under the water as he often enjoyed doing. I called out to him, "Micah, did you bump into me?" "What?" he replied. "When you were swimming underwater, did you bump into me?" I asked again, with a slight cracking in my voice. "I don't know, maybe," he replied, with a bit of a confused tone in his voice. After nearly defecating myself in fear, I felt enough sense of relief to make it back to shore without much fuss. I did not even tell my brother or the friends with us just what had happened, or what I saw. As scary as that incident was, the real fear came later when I mulled over the experience in my head. At the time, I thought it was likely my brother who hit my legs while swimming past me under the water, but that did not add up. When I turned to see the light blur disappear into the darkness, it vanished off to the side, while my brother popped up in front of me. What is more, my brother popped out of the water at least 20 feet away, and there was only a second between the event and him appearing above the water. There is simply no way he covered so much ground in such a short time. The reality hit me like a ton of bricks. Something was in that water with me. Something big and strong enough to nearly knock me down. What was it? A shark? A dolphin? A sea lion? That is the scariest part. I will never know, and it haunts me to this very day. Since my experience, I have never found myself afraid to get into the water. But one thing is for sure, when you are in the water, you are in someone else's world. While attacks from sharks and other marine animals is relatively rare, you simply do not know what lurks beneath you, and it is that unknown that truly terrifies me. To set the scene, I was a young boy about 4 or 5 years old. My family and I were living in a creepy house in the town of Fort Erie, in Canada. There were various encounters in this house that I recall, but I will only tell you a couple for now. The first encounter took place in my room late at night. To paint a picture of what my room looked like, it was a normal-sized room with lightly painted walls, doorway straight in front of my bed, and off to the side there was an attic crawlspace door, which always gave me a creepy feeling. Playing in my room, I decided to get up and go see my mother for some reason. As I walked back to my room, I distinctly remember the TV playing that signature eerie music from a horror movie scene where someone was being murdered. As I walked up the stairs, I could still hear that music faintly from the TV. As I stepped into my room, the room lit up super bright at the same time the eerie music from the TV amplified in my room. The light bulb exploded and the music stopped. I ran down the stairs screaming to my mother. She comforted me like a great mother would. Then we went upstairs, and she convinced me that it was nothing. Remember this, deep down I knew something was not right, and I always got that feeling of being watched in my room. The second encounter took place some months later and would cause me to stop sleeping or even going into my room. It was late, and I was in bed as I had school in the morning. Soundly sleeping, I imagine I do not recall anything before this event. I cannot remember why I woke up, but it was probably an eerie feeling or something. Either way, I awoke. As I opened my eyes, I noticed a figure standing over me. Thinking it was my mother, I wiped my eyes and asked what she wanted. There was no reply. I looked at the figure and noticed it was not my mother at all, but some older woman, just smiling at me. Frozen with fear, I managed to let out a scream for my mother. My parents, in a frenzy, flicked on the light as they came in to see what was wrong, and as they did, the figure disappeared, never to be seen again. I told them there was an old lady in my room. My father laughed and said, "Go to bed." And my mother asked what she looked like, so I described the woman. My mother calmed me down, but I eventually asked to sleep in their room. She said okay, and from that day on, I never went near that room, and even started sleeping in the same room as my sister, who was a baby. Years later, my mother and I were talking about events in the Fort Erie house with friends. She then told me that the description I gave of the woman sounded like her grandmother. I know my stories sound unbelievable, and I have had trouble believing it myself, but as I got older, I have had more experiences with various other spirits at different locations. I should also mention that my family is very in tune with the spirit realm. My mother also informed my sister and I that her grandmother was a Hungarian gypsy. Even now, as I tell this story, I am getting shivers up my neck, and I feel like there is something unexplained around me. When I was about 8 years old, my dad moved after my parents' divorce to a nice neighborhood with 2 of his friends. My mom had full custody of us, but she was pretty lenient about letting us stay with him, so over the summer we would go back and forth each week. I had an older brother who was 9 and a younger sister who was 6, but all of the kids in the neighborhood were closer to my sister's age, so I usually hung out with them. Our closest friend was a girl named Riley, and our favorite thing to do was hang around this old tower-like thing that sat at the very edge of some woods. The man who owned it was old and sweet, and usually didn't care that we hung around it. Sometimes he would even let us go inside to look at all of the chimes that went off every hour. One day, my sister and I were at Riley's house when we all decided to pay a visit to the tower, like usual. When we got there, we sat on the steps of it and talked, occasionally chasing each other around or messing with our bikes, but eventually, we all 3 decided we were bored. "I have an idea," Riley said. "We should go play in the woods." Under most circumstances, this would have sounded like a wonderful idea to me, but the wooded area behind the tower was filled with poison ivy. My sister was on board, but I tried to explain to them both that we couldn't because of the ivy. Instead of just agreeing, Riley told us that we could go back to her house and put on long pants and hoodies to protect ourselves. My sister was still completely on board, so I eventually gave in and we went back to her house to get changed. When we arrived back at the tower, we made our way into the woods, and for the first hour or so, it was fine. There was in fact a lot of poison ivy, but the long pants kept it off our bare legs, so we paid it no attention. As we got deeper and deeper, something stuck out to me. There, in the middle of the woods, was a house. It wasn't old or anything. It actually looked very well kept. The only strange part was the fact that there was no road leading to it. Sure, there was a thin dirt path that led to one of the neighborhoods close by, but it was hard to imagine any car would ever make it down. Being the stupid kids we were, Riley insisted that we get closer to it and snoop around. My sister and I saw no problem with this, and one by one, we inched our way to the mysterious house. It didn't seem like anyone was home because there were no lights on and no one outside. The strangest thing, though, was that the garage was wide open. Inside were parked 2 large John Deere tractors, just sitting there next to each other. Before I could even protest, my sister ran into the garage and began roaming around. Reluctantly, Riley and I followed, and soon enough, we were all 3 completely inside, just snooping. After only a few minutes, the loud sound of metal grinding filled the room, and I jolted my head back to the garage door, which was currently closing. My sister and Riley began screaming and crying, but we were all too frozen in place to try and even make it out. It was now pitch black inside,
and I could hear the sound of someone speaking quietly outside. The voice sounded like it belonged to a man, but I couldn't tell what he was saying or pinpoint where exactly he was. I gave myself only a few seconds to panic before my older sister instincts kicked in, and I did my best to shush Riley and my sister. I looked around and noticed there was another door at the back of the garage that led outside, and we got on all fours and began crawling towards it as quietly as we could. Thankfully, it was unlocked, and I threw it open before we all sprinted out and continued into the woods, not wanting to get caught by whoever had locked us in. After the house was out of sight, we all stopped to take a breath, and immediately, Riley started tearing into my sister, yelling at her and calling her mean names. I told Riley to leave her alone, but she ignored me and continued until my sister was crying again. Soon enough, I started yelling at Riley, and after I got a few insults out, I took my sister's hand and stormed off back toward the tower, not caring if Riley was following or not. By the time we made it back out of the woods, I immediately got on my bike and pedaled toward the end of the street. My sister and I sat there for a moment to make sure that Riley came out too, but about 10 minutes passed, and she hadn't shown up. I figured she was just being slow and told my sister it was time to go home. When we got home, I was so freaked out that I asked my dad if he could take us to my mom's house early. We didn't come back to my dad's for another week, and when we did, we decided to go over to Riley's to see if she was still mad at us. When we got there, Riley's mom answered the door and told us to get off her property and never come back. We asked her why, and she said, "The last time you guys hung out with Riley, she wasn't seen for hours. When she finally came out of the woods, she was so scared she wouldn't even speak. She's been having nightmares all week and won't tell me what happened. I spoke to your father, and he told me nothing bad happened, but I don't believe him. You two are never allowed to hang out with her again," and then closed the door in our faces. I am 19 now, and my sister nor I ever spoke to Riley again, and to this day, I don't know what happened to her in those woods. She couldn't have gotten lost, considering it was a straight shot from where we were back to the tower, but honestly, I have always been too afraid to ask, fearing that whoever tried to trap us in their garage had somehow gotten a hold of her. A few days ago, I was telling my roommate about this tower and the story of Riley when he told me he was curious what it looked like. I opened Google Earth and typed in my dad's old address and then followed down the streets till I found it. He then asked me to show him the house in the woods, but as I zoomed out and scrolled up, I saw that there was no house shown. It was like it didn't even exist. You could still see the dirt path, but it led to nothing. My father moved out of there before I even turned 9, and I had never been back to investigate. I really hope Riley is doing better though. After receiving my bachelor's degree, I wanted to take some time to see the world before settling down in a career. I ended up taking a job as an English teacher in South Korea. I loved the adventure of being alone in an entirely different culture on the other side of the world. However, as a young woman, I received a lot of unwanted attention from the men there, who tended to fetishize foreign women and disrespect boundaries. However, I was strong, trained in martial arts, and was pretty comfortable in my ability to defend myself, so I didn't let it get to me. One night, however, I had a close call. I was heading home from work after dark, walking the several blocks home to my apartment. This night, however, something was different. I soon became aware of footsteps behind me that followed me the entire way. It could just be a coincidence, I thought. There were always a lot of people on the sidewalks anyway, but this just felt off. I made it to my apartment, which was on the 3rd floor of a small building above a Chinese restaurant. There were only about 9 apartments total in the building, so the fact that the footsteps continued to follow me as I entered the building and climbed the stairs made it less likely that this was a coincidence. Whatever, I thought. If the guy wants trouble, he's going to find it. I continued up to my apartment, unlocked it, and went in.
I didn't bother locking it because, as I always did, I was only coming in to change into my tennis shoes and get my dog to take her out for a walk. My dog was a rather large Alaskan Malamute. Like me, she stood out like a sore thumb in this city, because most everyone else only owned cute little toy breeds, with their fur dyed bright colors. When I walked Hiyori, people often let out a scream and ran to the other side of the street. Anyway, upon entering my apartment, I removed my work shoes, got Hiyori, and went back to the door to put on my sneakers. As I bent down to pull them on, I leaned against the door for balance and fell through, as the man who had been following me was opening it. Not expecting me to stumble out with a monster dog, the man looked shocked and frightened. He grabbed his keys out of his pocket, went over to my neighbor's door, and pretended to be fumbling with them to open it. I gave him a look, as if to say, "Yeah, right," locked my door, and took Hiyori down the steps outside. Once I made it outside, I crossed the street and hid behind a car. Sure enough, within seconds, the man, supposedly my neighbor, emerged from the building, looked around for a while, and then left. He had clearly spotted me walking home and saw his opportunity to follow me and break in and attack me. Had I not leaned against the door at that moment, he would have burst in and attempted to proceed with his plans. This incident shook me, but I never let it, or the others before or since then, stop me from doing what I want to do or go where I please. I just go prepared, ready to take action the next time a man makes a bad decision. This happened about 3 years ago, and it was during one of my little road trip phases that I had when I moved to the city from my little hometown down south. It was spring break 2018, and my teenage antics were at an all-time high as I was only a sophomore in high school at the time. Needless to say, my friends and I were quite the avid users of alcohol, respectively. Not that I endorse its use or anything. I mean, we were just teens at the time. I had just made the trip down to my hometown and was relaxing at my friend's house when my friend, who I was staying with at the time, suggested that we should take a camping trip and have some fun, since I was down there for the break. My friend's name is Doug, by the way, and our other friends who were invited were Louis and Isaiah, while I go by the name Eric. Doug had found this really cool camping spot out by a lake that neither me, Louis, or Isaiah had ever been to, and needless to say, I'm an outdoorsy person, and I was excited about the whole thing, not even the slightest bit aware of what awaited us. On the second day of my trip back to my town of youth, we decided to head out early in the morning and pack a couple of beers and hard liquor bottles into the cooler with our other camping materials. This was a small town, mind you, so getting these things was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Since I was the only one with a license at the time, it was my responsibility to drive us, and since I was staying with Doug, that meant we only had to pick up Louis and Isaiah on the way. We began the drive to the camping spot, which was a good 45-minute drive from where our town was located. We blasted the tunes of uncanny rappers and nonchalant music that every teen was listening to at the time, although I wish I had better taste in music. We drove past the trees that winded down the sides of our road, leading out of town, and almost always they would encompass the sunlight beaming overhead with their tall, sprawling branches. We cleared the woods into an opening of farm fields on both sides, while we were following an old road that had a turnoff, which one direction led to the highway, while the other led to an older, run-down, much smaller town than ours that led to the lake we were driving to. Without a second thought, I put the turn signal on leading to the road opposite of the highway, which led to a much more dense and dark forest. The trees blocked most of the sunlight, just as the others did, but this was much more noticeable, as we had barely enough sunlight to not turn our headlights on. The road turned to dirt, and the rocks could be heard bouncing off the side of my tires nonchalantly. We passed the first few houses, and immediately noticed there was something off about these houses. It wasn't that they were old trailers or anything. It's just that they all had a tin-like chimney that were pumping out smoke in the air, and it was the beginning of spring, so it wasn't even that cold. We continued down the old dirt path that led to the lake, and after passing the rest of the houses down that road, we noticed that almost all the houses had that same tin-like chimney with smoke blowing out the top. We arrived at the spot near the lake, and needless to say, it was a pretty cool spot since it was the only spot that had a bit of an opening in its trees on one side due to the lake being right next to us. The dirt path that led to the spot wound around a circle, and in the middle, there was a tiny grass patch with 3 tiny trees surrounding it. I parked my car next to the middle of the circle, and we decided to set up our tent near the patch, with our soon-to-be campfire being in the middle of the patch. We split into 2 groups. Me and Doug were to gather firewood, while Lewis and Isaiah gathered rocks to make the pit. Doug and I headed the direction opposite of the lake, where the ever-so-dense forest awaited us with open arms, to gather our sticks and leaves. "Have you met any cute chicks up in the city yet? Or are you still too much of a wimp to even ask for their number?" Doug said. "You know me, man. It's always the latter." He laughed, and I shrugged it off with a chuckle, as it's usually his motive to tease me, since we are good friends. As we gathered our firewood, Doug casually looks up from his task and notices something up ahead in the tall grass, which almost surpassed our shoulders at this point. "You see that rusty old truck up there?" Doug asked. I looked up and saw what he alluded to and said, "You mean that old rust bucket?" "Yeah, I see it. I wonder who left it there." We casually picked up the remainder of the firewood and headed back to our camping spot. Dusk was beginning to set in, and it was about this time that we cracked open the cooler full of liquor and sat down at the bristling campfire we made to accompany us. We sat in our circle, telling awful horror stories and failed attempts at getting the ladies, all while laughing and having a good time as we sipped our beers and broke out the shots. "My body count is at least 10 by now, but I'm not sure since I stopped counting," Lewis boasted. "So what, you can't count now, mister? I've slept with 10 people, but I'm not counting?" Isaiah laughed. You guys, I say we toast to that," I slurred. We all laugh and raise our beers in unison. The darkness around the campfire and the surrounding woods had completely set in at this point, and to say the least, we were all fairly drunk, since at this point, we were all walking a straight line around the campfire, acting as if we could pass a sobriety test. Doug falls next to the log we were sitting on, and Lewis as well as Isaiah followed suit, while I wasn't exactly getting a grasp on our makeshift sobriety test and kept stumbling and falling over next to them as they laughed at my effort. Shut up, guys. Cut me some slack." I took a long, deep breath and exhaled with a bloated face as I could feel the alcohol lingering in my throat. I immediately felt a sudden urge to go vomit, so I told them I would be right back, and they laughed even harder since they figured what I was going to do. I made it all the way to where the tall grass was and let my stomach do the talking. I didn't notice how dark the surrounding area actually was until I finished my business and turned back to see the campfire in the distance, which looked like a small speck compared to what surrounded us. Just then, I heard a rustling in the woods and turned around with my phone in hand and turned the flash on to see what caused the ruckus. Me being drunk at the time, I literally had no thoughts in my mind, and me being curious, I decided to go check it out and ventured a bit deeper into the grass with the dark of the branches looming all around me. I stubbed my toe against what seemed like a rock, and I almost let out a screech until I settled down and shrugged it off. I pulled my flash up to see what it was, and lo and behold, it was the front tire of the truck me and Doug had found earlier. I raised the flash a bit higher and got a better view of the whole truck and its layout. It was a rusty old green Ford, probably early 90s or so, and with a raised bed cover that had windows on the sides of the cover with cracked glass on almost every one. It looked as if it had sat idle there for a good 10 years without moving. I raised my flash a bit higher towards the front cab of the truck and peered inside, seeing old newspapers, crushed up beer cans, and strangely enough, a few needles laying on the floorboard. That's when my curiosity simmered down a bit, and my fear began to set in as I shifted my attention towards a sound that came from the back of the cab and the bed cover. I slowly walked, with every grass and leaf crunching under my feet. I reached the back of the cab and shakily raised my flash up the side of the truck and into the window of the back cab. The flashlight peered up the glass of the window, and as I raised it higher, my heart sank into complete and utter terror. What peered out of the glass at me was a man with eyes that had no pupils and a smile that only a man on the edge of sanity could perform. He banged his arm against the glass, and the shock of the sound sent me flying onto my back into the grass and dropping my phone. I frantically grabbed my phone from the ground and without a second thought, raised the light back to the man, only to see him banging on the window with much more force. His arms were bleeding, his shirt tattered with years of misfortune, and face meshed with scars. He began to bulge his eyes from his sockets as he laughed horribly and began to cry hysterically. "I knew you would come. It's you. About time you brought the fun to me." I let out a blood-curdling scream, and with my heart racing a mile a minute, I wasted no time in hightailing it from the truck back to the campfire. I turned around to see the man get out of the truck, and he turned to face me, tilting his head with his murderous smile and deep white eyes illuminating through the moonlight that shined down as he began to walk towards me. My running turned to sprinting, and I ended up slamming into the campfire that we set up, which made me fall face first into the gravel and dirt. The fire was now on its last legs and was almost out at this point. However, my legs were now caught in a bit of flames, and with my frantic rolling about on the ground, the fire on my pants were almost instantly put out. "Eric, what the hell is going on?" Doug shouted. I looked up at the three, who were in complete fear at this point, and oblivious as to what lied in the woods just beside us. There's a man in the woods, in the truck we found." Out of breath, I said it as fast as I could get it out. That's when our attention shifted towards the truck in the tall grass. 2 headlights beamed out of the grass, and the truck engine roared to life ferociously. All of our hearts sank, and we instantly sobered up and realized the direness of our situation. "Get in the car!" Lewis shouted. Me, Doug, and Isaiah looked at each other in a frantic agreement and booked it to the car and locked the doors as soon as we got inside. Breathing heavily and shaking from what lied in the dark of the woods, we all agreed to start the car and get out of Dodge. We started the car, only to find the headlights of the truck begin to move and encircle us around the campsite. "Just put it in drive before he rams us," Isaiah shouted. I floored the accelerator and hightailed it from our camping spot, leaving the tent and booze behind, because at this point, they didn't matter. The truck began to follow us and steadily gained speed on us as we began our death race towards the exit of the woods. The houses we saw earlier all had their lights on, and with each house there was someone standing in the dark with the light illuminating behind them, all of them standing there just watching us. Every single one. "What is this?" I shouted. The trees seemed as if they grew 100 feet higher, and now fully encased us within these woods, and the darkness felt as if it was chasing us out of its home and screaming at us in agony. The truck behind us was almost touching my bumper at this point, and when I peered into the rear view mirror, I saw the man one last time. His eyes were stabbing mine as if to say, "I will kill you." His pupils were non-existent, and his smile somehow seemed more impossibly forced than before, and he was laughing to the point of insanity. I thought this was the end for us. Suddenly, we shot out from the dark of the woods and into the open farm fields from earlier, and the truck behind us slammed its brakes, and we could hear the screech of its tires so loudly, it felt like it busted our eardrums. I looked in the mirror to see the truck slowly creep back into the forest from which it came, the darkness swallowing it up once again. We didn't play any music the rest of the way home, nor did we speak a word to each other about what had happened. Our heart rates were all up from the moment we pulled into Doug's driveway, and when we got out, we let out a sigh of relief. We each made our way to his shed where he stays, and we all grabbed waters and some food to calm us down. We watched some comedies and tried to talk our minds off the events that had transpired. Due to the constant laughing of the movies and shows we watched, I had to step outside as I thought I was having a panic attack. All I could hear was that man laughing at me hysterically. "I knew it was you." I shook my head and took long, deep breaths and headed back inside. I still keep in touch with these friends, even though high school was all but ended. They are still my closest friends and probably always will be. Although I have still yet to find my groove with the ladies, and much hasn't changed since then, one thing will never change. I will never forget the pure white of that man's eyes, as well as his murderous smile. One thing that has bothered me until this very day is the fact that Doug and I noticed the truck very early on in the day. That man watched us for hours, and I can't help but think about what those people were doing on the porches, just staring at us, not doing anything. Was this all coordinated? Were they just too scared of the man? Or were they like the man and wanted this corner of the globe to stay all to themselves? Well, in any case, you win. You can keep those woods all to yourselves. I am a fresh teacher board passer last 2018. So after getting my license, I was asked by a friend to become a substitute teacher in a nearby school for him, since he is going to be gone for a month. I happily accepted and started the next week after. So the class that I was going to be substituting for was a grade 7 class. I was quite nervous to start, but the first day went well. However, on the night of my first day, my friend texted me, "Hey Bree, I forgot to tell you about one of my students. Anyway, his name is George. He's kinda weird and he might intimidate you, but don't worry, he's harmless. He just needs a little attention and guidance. By the way, thank you so much. I hope you have fun." Well, that's what he said. I was now aware of who the George kid was. He was small, wore glasses, and was sitting in the back. His classmates were kinda mean to him, I must say. So I decided to be kind to him and to approach him since my friend told me he needs guidance and I wanted to help. "Hi George, I'm Miss Bree. How was your day today?" I started the conversation while the rest of the students were leaving the room. "Oh, good," he replied shyly. "Well, if you need any help, I'd be glad to assist you. I am now your new friend, all right?" I said. "Oh, okay, thanks," he said, and we parted ways. I didn't know that with that simple conversation, everything would change. George started to smile at me. Not the cute smile, nor the innocent smile, but the smile that would send chills down your spine. I always smile back anyways, since a teacher should be friendly. Random letters appear on my desk in the faculty room, with a similar handwriting like George's, stating weird and very sensitive things about him, how he likes to stalk his classmates, and more. He didn't sign the letters, but the handwriting was unique, and I just knew it was his. I ignored it, which made it worse. I started to receive the same letters in my house, someone ringing the doorbell at 3 a.m. for one whole week, my tires getting slashed, random accounts sending hate on my social medias, my windows being smashed, and a lot more. I decided to let my friend whom I had substituted for know all the things that had been happening. He was very alarmed and told me to report it to the principal as soon as possible. And so I did. George was called into the guidance office and was suspended for a week. I was not able to hear what he has to say as my friend already came back and was attending the class again. My friend shared everything to me though. Apparently, me ignoring the letters made George upset. He felt like I lied to him about being his friend, and so he started doing these things to me as his revenge. His parents visited me one day and apologized. I accepted it, told them to get help for their son. So, to George, I'm sorry I didn't understand you, but please, don't do this to your teachers. I would highly appreciate if you would get guidance and help. You were a smart kid, and you still deserve to be treated nicely since you clearly need help. All of these events destroyed me and my love for teaching. I decided to have a fresh start to a new state and took therapies while I looked for a different job. Specifically, not teaching. For now. This story happened sometime in the mid-1980s when my mom was a teenager in high school. My mother and my aunt grew up on a farm in Central Florida that was relatively in the middle of nowhere at the time. We still live in this area, and it is more urbanized now, but at this point in time, it was mostly woods and farmland. My great aunt, uncle, and our cousins lived on the same property in another house, however, so they weren't entirely alone. But outside of that, you would have to drive a mile, or maybe a little less than that, or so, before you reached the next neighbor. My grandfather coached for the local high school's football team, and my mother and aunt were cheerleaders. So on Fridays, he would have to coach at the school's game, and my mom and aunt would be there to cheerlead. The rest of the family would usually come along as well, since my cousins went to this school too, and there wasn't really anything else to do in that small town on a Friday night. They would usually get to the game earlier than everyone else, considering that he was the coach. One particular Friday, however, my mother started feeling very sick throughout the day, and by the time the evening rolled around, she felt horrible. She informed my grandfather that she wasn't feeling up to going and that she would be staying home to rest. My grandma made her something to eat for dinner, and after that, the whole family, including my great aunt and great uncle, went on their way. She was alone on their property. For some context, we eventually ended up selling this property when I was a young child, so I don't have a ton of memories about my grandparents' property. One thing I can remember was that it could get very creepy at night, and that was with other people there. So being alone at night must have been a lot more frightening. My mom went to lay down right after they left, but not long after, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, she realized she needed to call her cheerleading coach at the school to let her know that she wasn't going to be there tonight, so that she could be prepared for her absence. Keep in mind, this is the mid-80s, so there are no cell phones. My mom has to get up and walk all the way to the kitchen to use the phone. As she is walking through the house, she starts to feel a bit creeped out, like that classic feeling of something just not being right, that instinctual feeling we get when something is just telling us that we are in a potentially bad situation and may not even know it yet. Outside, it is getting dark out, and there are many lights on in the house, which contribute to this uneasy feeling. Very important detail, the phone in my grandparents' house had a longer cord than most phones at the time. She says that you could walk into other rooms, and the cord was long enough that the phone could be brought out of the kitchen into the neighboring rooms, which are the living room, the hallway, and my grandparents' bedroom. In the hallway by the kitchen and by my grandparents' bedroom, my grandfather kept his weapons, ready to go. Not the safest thing, I guess, but when you live alone in the woods, I guess you want to be ready to defend yourself the second you know you're in trouble. He had always told my mom and aunt, "Do not touch those weapons unless your life is in danger." She took this very seriously and had never even thought about touching them. By this point, she was in the kitchen, and she dialed the number to call her coach and informed her about her illness. I believe they continued talking for a minute or so, because she says that the coach was still on the phone when my mom heard strange noises coming from my grandparents' room. My mother, very frightened, told the coach she heard something and grabbed the weapon off the wall, phone still pressed to her ear. She wasn't sure if she was overreacting and had imagined something, but she opened the door to my grandparents' room, and what she saw made her drop the phone right on the floor in shock. The window was completely open, and there was a large man with one leg over the windowsill and one leg still outside. What was so awkward about this was he had basically stopped in the middle of coming in when he realized he had been caught by her, as if he was not expecting someone to be home, or that he simply did not expect her to have heard him coming in. They just stared at each other for a good 5 seconds, him just halfway in the room and her just standing there in the doorway, phone on the floor with my mom's coach still on the line, asking if she was okay, weapon in hand, staring at each other, but almost unsure what to do. My mom, terribly frightened, finally mustered up the will to speak first. In a very shy and afraid voice, she managed to say, I have a weapon. Turn around and leave, or I'll use it." The man just stood there. She said it was as if he was wondering whether she was bluffing or not. Finally, after what seemed like hours of just staring, he suddenly swung his other leg in very fast and turned quickly like he was about to charge her. My mother, terrified, with her hands shaking, used the weapon and hit him in the shoulder. The impact was so much that it knocked her back on the floor and sent the man directly out the window he had come in. Blood was everywhere around the window. She picked the phone back up now, sobbing, telling her coach to call the police to her house. When she looked back, she saw the man running, clutching his shoulder, bleeding out all over the yard, running back to the woods behind their property. Keep in mind, he was wounded. This guy had basically just immediately gotten up like it was nothing and started sprinting off into the woods. I don't know the exact order of what happened next, but the police eventually did get there. My grandparents hurried home sometime shortly thereafter, and the police were still there. I think what was most weird about this story was that there was a trail of blood that the guy had left as he was fleeing the property that went out into the woods. The police investigated and found that it continued for some ways into the forest, and eventually just stopped. There was no body or anything, like the blood just stopped, and they never caught up with the guy. I think it's bizarre because she had seriously wounded him, and around the window in the room looked like the scene of a horror movie. How he got away apparently alive, and so quickly without the cops catching up to him, is very odd. She believes that he must have been on something. I agree with this theory, because what kind of sane and sober person would have continued to break into someone's home when they have a weapon pointed in their face and have been caught in the act? Not to mention that once he had been wounded, he just took off like it was nothing, back into the woods. Regardless, I'm just happy my mother made it out okay. Who knows what could have happened if she had just fallen asleep and hadn't gotten up to make that phone call. My pound rescue dog is a Walker Hound named Charlie. Best way to describe a Walker Hound would be an overgrown beagle that weighs around 60 pounds and is about the size of a common Labrador. People often ask if my dog, Charlie, is a beagle. I get asked this very often, and I give them a short lesson of the difference between a Walker Hound and a beagle. I am a single bachelor who lives alone in a house in a quiet suburb with my best friend Charlie, of course. I love my dog as if he were my child. Charlie and I have our routine morning and evening walks, where we always walk through a public city park just down the street from my home in a seemingly safe suburban neighborhood. Charlie and I are rarely the only ones in this park when we stroll through, as this park is very popular for many dog owners in my neighborhood. Charlie is a friendly dog who wants to meet and greet every dog that passes us by, be it a big dog or a small dog. If another dog and their owner drew near, Charlie always eagerly pulls on his leash to get closer and try and make a fellow canine companion. One evening nearly 2 weeks ago, Charlie and I were finishing up a long walk and were heading back home. The night sky had just arrived after the sun hid itself behind the mountains. We were walking the dimly lit streets of the subdivision, and I decided to take a shortcut through the city park where Charlie and I always frequent. We walked along the asphalt trail that curves and bends around tall maple trees toward the tennis courts. We continued walking this trail to the part where it forks into two separate directions. The right trail takes you back to the street and out of the park toward my home. The left trail takes you into a thicket of dense bushes toward an elementary school. As Charlie and I walked past the forked trail and veered right, I could see someone coming right out of the woodwork from the left trail. Two very large, belligerent dogs with jet black fur. These huge dogs were bound on a double leash,
being walked by a middle-aged male and female couple. I don't know what breed these dogs were, but the best way I can describe them would be a mix between a German Shepherd and a Husky. They both looked identical and easily weighed at least 100 pounds. As soon as these dogs laid eyes on Charlie and I, they barked furiously, pulling hard at their owner's ropes, and got into attack mode. The two belligerent black dogs pulled hard against their feeble female owner, who was trying with all her might to hold them back, while her significant other did nothing to help. I knew trouble was afoot, but before Charlie and I could make our getaway, the woman obviously lost her grip on the reins of the double leash. Immediately, the belligerent dogs charged and started attacking and biting Charlie. Charlie is no match for these two attack dogs that are much larger than he is. Charlie is howling in fear and pain, trying to get away. My protective dog dad instincts ignite, and I begin kicking these mutts in the head as hard as I can, protecting Charlie at all costs. Seconds felt like minutes as I was fighting these wild attack dogs. In the scuffle, the double leash that held these two vile attack dogs together had wrapped around my body and brought me down to the ground. Once on the ground at their level, all three dogs run around in circles, binding me very tightly in the double leash. Charlie's cries for help and the attack dogs barking and growling were the only sounds I heard. Wildly, I fight with everything I got as I punched and kicked these vile mutts as they tightly bind me with their double leash, holding me in place. The man and woman finally rush over and restrain their vile animals from inflicting further harm upon Charlie and I. The double leash is tightly bound around my lower abdomen and tangled up amongst myself, Charlie, and the attack dogs. The man and woman frantically work to untangle me and the dogs from the mess. "I'm so sorry," they both exclaim. At this point, pure fury flowed through me. I harshly smack down their apology and say something along the lines of, "Get me out of this mess and keep better track of your attack dogs. I should call the police on you negligent people." They begged me not to, and I was still tangled up in the mess with the dogs, and I was still at their mercy to be let go, so I had no choice but to wait while they unwound the leashes and freed me from the mess they got me in. I was disgusted by the mere existence of this man and woman, who brought two very large and vicious attack dogs to a public park. Even though I knew they were sincerely apologetic, I was too angry to accept that it was an accident. While they untangled me, I scanned my body and my dog Charlie's for any open wounds and injuries. Thankfully, I found none. After standing up off the ground, I got Charlie beside me, and I yelled at both of them to F off and die. The man who should have helped his girlfriend restrain the dogs had the nerve to reply, "You should F off and live." Boiling with rage, I cannot remember my exact words, but I told both of them something along the lines of that I should call the police to report their irresponsible dog ownership, and that I never want to see them and their ugly mutts in the park ever again. Of course, the man was bullheaded and kept mouthing off to me. "Well then, if you don't want to see us, don't come to the park." "Will you shut up?" the girlfriend yelled back at him. The woman was trying to calm her man down, telling him that I'm not worth it and to move on. "Yeah, listen to your woman," I shot back. "One more word from you and I will call the cops." To that, they walked away. You might be thinking, why didn't you call the police? Why did you let them get away? At the time, I did not want to let them get away, but my merciful side overtook me that evening, because I was once in a similar situation as this couple was, before I adopted Charlie 3 years ago. At that time, I was pet sitting a pit bull. On a nature trail, this pit bull broke loose and attacked a nearby camper's cat. At that time, I disciplined the pit bull and rescued the cat from near death. The cat's owners wanted to report me to the police as well, but a long story short, I de-escalated that situation and made sure the cat was safe and sound, and they decided to cancel calling the police. If I was given a second chance from someone who was a victim of my irresponsible actions of pet ownership, I could give this couple a second chance as well. Next week, I'm going to be enrolling in self-defense classes, and this experience with the 2 attack dogs has inspired me to purchase a stun baton with 7 million volts to zap any approaching attack dog with malicious intent. I consider myself very fortunate that this incident went down the way it did. with no injuries to myself or Charlie. But next time, I might not be so lucky. Now to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after the last trip, I doubt I will ever go again. I had been super excited the week before I was to head up to Georgia, and when the day finally came, I could have died with happiness. I loaded up my dog buddy and all my gear and started the trip. About an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I have never seen before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear and my buddy, and we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp and looked around. I saw a small, man-made trail leading into the dark trees, and decided that me and my dog needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp, and we headed onto the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. My dog and I stopped at a little creek, and that's when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from my headlamp. This person was really tall, looked to be about 7 feet. My dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I have never seen him act like this before. He has seen bears before, and has scared mountain lions away, but he has never gotten scared like this. As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible, like this person hated me, and they could rip me to pieces if they wanted to. Then, they made the scariest noise I have ever heard. Imagine a maniac screaming. My dog and I bolted back to our camp. When we got back, I could still hear it. Needless to say, we changed our mind about staying there. I packed up the camp as my dog stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home and canceled this camping trip. That whole night while I laid in bed, I could not get that scream out of my head. This happened a long time ago, about 40 years ago, so this was back before cell phones or Google Maps, or debit cards or any of the traveling conveniences of today's world. So when you traveled by car, you were at the mercy of printed road maps, phone booths if you needed to make a phone call, and whatever cash you had on you before you started your trip. I am a 60-year-old female, and this is what happened when I was about 18 years old. My sister Mandy, who was a few years older than me, and one of her friends Jane and I decided to take a road trip from Dallas to Houston to attend a Bruce Springsteen concert. Jane knew one of the roadies, so we were going to get backstage passes, and we were going to actually get to meet Bruce Springsteen. We were so excited. We decided to drive to Houston on the Friday night before the Saturday concert, and we were going to stay in a cheap motel for the weekend. We were young and broke, but this was Bruce Springsteen, so worth the cost of the motel. We wanted to be rested and already there to get to the concert early and possibly see the band before the show. And we also did not want to have to drive back after the concert, as we would be out late, hopefully, in our crazed minds, partying with Bruce and the E Street Band. We were in Jane's car for the trip. She had recently gotten a new car, plus hers was the only car of the 3 of us that was in good enough condition to make the trip. Mandy and I always had rat traps for cars back then. So we started off at around 7 p.m. that Friday night, and we were in very high spirits. What a weekend this was going to be. We were jamming and laughing and having us a good old road trip. About 2 hours into the trip, which was halfway there, we heard loud knocking noises coming from the car engine. We immediately turned down the music and strained to try and figure out just what the heck the noises were. Then, all of a sudden, we heard a loud bang, and the car engine died. We were freaking out.
as we had been tooling down the highway at 60 miles per hour, and then it just stopped. Thankfully, the roads were empty and there were no cars behind us, so Jane was able to just pull off to the side of the highway as the car was losing momentum. We all got out of the car on the passenger side next to the woods. Jane popped open the hood, but it's not like any of us would have known what to do anyway. It's just something you do, right? The engine was smoking and it smelled horrible. Bad oil smell. We had no idea what to do. Here we were, 3 young girls on the side of the highway, in the middle of nowhere I might add, and we had no way to get help unless it was offered by a stranger. We knew that we were too far from the exit behind us. We had not seen an exit for quite a while, and we had no idea how far it was to the next exit. Too far to walk anywhere more than likely. Not that it would have been safe to walk on the side of the highway anyway. And since we were in the middle of nowhere, and it was pitch black by this time, there were no lights on the highway, and there were no buildings or towns around to provide light either, and we only saw very few cars on the highway in either direction. We were so screwed, and so scared, and we had to figure out just what the heck we were going to do. Mandy and I were also upset about probably missing the concert, but Jane was just concerned about her car. She had finally gotten a new car after all the lemons she had in the past, and now she was afraid that it was dead, possibly for good. We just sat in the car for a long time, trying to figure out what to do. A while later, as we were still freaking out and scared, but had not yet come up with a plan, a car pulled up behind us. We all just froze, because we had no idea who it was or what their intentions were. As we all stared out the back window, with deer in the headlight looks on our faces, a man, probably early 20s, started walking up to our car. You would think that after the breakdown we would have discussed what to do if someone stopped to help us, but apparently we were not that bright, because we had no plan for this. The man walked up to the car window and asked what the problem was and if we needed help. We all just looked at each other, and then, as if we all came to the same conclusion together, without speaking, knowing that we really had no other choice, Jane cracked the window just a little bit and explained the situation. He said he could drive us to the nearest town, which was about 15 miles ahead, he said, so we could use a phone. The only plan we had come up with before this stranger walked up was that if we did get to a phone, Jane would have to call her father, not only because it was her car and she would need his help dealing with it, but we really had no one else to call. Our other friends were as broke as we were and had cars as unreliable as ours were, so no point in asking any of them to help, and mine and Mandy's parents lived too far away to be able to help in this situation. So while we knew we needed to get to a phone, we had no idea if this guy could be trusted. We asked him to give us a moment, then we would start discussing our impossible options. The smartest thing would have been for all 3 of us to go with this guy. Power in numbers. But Jane absolutely refused to leave her car alone on the side of the road, so she insisted that one of us had to stay there. She would not budge on this. Not sure why she thought that car was more important than our lives, but she would not change her mind. And since it was completely insane to send one of us off with a stranger, the only solution was that one of us had to stay with the car and 2 had to go with this guy. Since it was Jane's father that needed to be called, she had to go make the phone call. Mandy offered to stay with the car, so I would go with Jane. We were all terrified, as we knew that he could kill us both and we would never be found, and that if another person stopped by the car, Mandy would be alone, so would have no way to defend herself if a dangerous person approached her. We hugged and said a scared and teary goodbye, and Jane and I walked to the stranger's car, knowing that this could be the last time we see each other. Now I know, some of you may be saying things like why didn't Mandy get the guy's license plate number, or ask to see his driver's license, or even ask for his name. But we never even thought about that. Yeah, that would have been the smart thing to do, because if he knew she had that information, he might be less likely to harm us. Or if he had refused to give that information, then we would have known he was not on the level. Of course, now that I think about it, he could have still killed us and gone back to do the same to Mandy. so giving her his information wouldn't have been any help in saving any of us. But I digress. We didn't do any of that. So Jane and I got into the stranger's car and just prayed that he was a decent guy. Since Jane was older, she sat up front with the stranger, and I got into the back seat. Jane was pretty street smart, so I was comforted a bit by the fact that I knew she would put up a hell of a fight, if need be. But as it turned out, he was a decent guy. He actually did drive us to the small town, just as he said he would. And I do mean a small town. All we could see was a small, old motel next to a small diner. But there was a police car parked at the diner, so he let us out knowing that we were in good hands. Or so we thought. We thanked him profusely, and off he went. So Jane and I went inside the diner, and she used the public payphone to call her father. She was hoping that he would come rescue us and her car that night, but her father said no way. He told her that we would just have to spend the night there at that motel, and he would come in the morning to pick us up and get her car. He was not about to make a 2-hour drive at almost 11 p.m. to come get us that night. He assured her that it was okay to leave her car on the side of the highway overnight. There was no way around that unless we were going to sleep in the car, which he strictly forbade her to do. Of course, she was too old to be told what to do by her father, but she knew if we did that and he found out, he would be pissed, and he might not help her with the car, so she was just going to have to let her car stay there by itself overnight. Next, we spoke to the policeman. We were concerned about my sister alone in the car and asked if he would take us to go get her and bring her back to the diner. He was very nice, had a long Texan drawl when he spoke, and said, "Sure, let's go." The policeman made a few calls on his car radio. Not sure to who, as it was hard to hear, and they were not speaking very loudly, as if he didn't want us to hear. But I was hoping it was about the car and my sister. So Jane and I got into the back of the police car. We were finally so relieved, and just thanked our lucky stars that we were safe. Although, we were still concerned about Mandy, as we had no idea if she was okay or not. Just a few minutes into the trip, the policeman was telling us that there is a serial rapist on the loose in the area. What an odd topic of conversation, especially to two young girls that are already upset about the car and my sister all alone. We have absolutely no idea why he told us that. We just stole a worried glance at each other, and we were beginning to wonder if this cop was actually the nice man that he appeared to be at first. And here we were in a car that had doors with no means of exit. We were starting to get a bit nervous. All of a sudden, his police radio cracked and came to life, and apparently, there was a crime in progress that the policeman needed to get to immediately. So, and I kid you not, he stopped the car right where we were, out in the middle of nowhere, and said that we had to get out. Now. He had to go, and he could not take us with him. He said that he would come back to pick us up, or send someone as soon as he could. Are you kidding me? We looked around, and there was absolutely nothing there, except a dark building with a newspaper stand in front of it. Other than that, just pitch blackness, dark roads, and forest as far as we could see. We thought surely he must be joking at first, but he was not. His demeanor had changed. He was no longer the nice, friendly policeman with the slow southern drawl that we had met just moments ago. He got mean and nasty and demanded that we get out of the car immediately. We were in tears, asking him to please not leave us out there alone. He said we should just go stand near the building and someone would come to our aid as soon as they could. He assured us we would be fine. So, with no other choice, we got out of the car, then he sped off, 90 to nothing. It was pitch black, it was getting cold, and we were terrified. So we huddled next to the building, behind the newspaper stand, trying to be unseen and to get out of the wind. We could not believe that a policeman just did this to us. The thought had occurred to us both that the call he received might have possibly been about Mandy, and that is why he didn't want us to be with them. So great. Not only were we cold and scared and possibly about to be attacked and raped by the mad rapist, but now we were afraid that something bad had possibly happened to Mandy. About 15 minutes later, a semi-truck hauling wood or something on a long flatbed behind his truck stopped directly in front of the building that we were crouched beside. We were terrified, as while he seemed to be fiddling with the load on the back of his truck, so actually might have had a legitimate reason to get off the highway and park here, he kept looking over in our direction, and we knew he must have seen us. We thought we were about to be attacked by a maniac truck driver. We were hoping he would just drive away, but then he started walking toward us. We thought, this is it. We cursed that stupid police officer and huddled together in fear. But as the man got closer, he yelled to us, "Are you the girls with the sister on the side of the road in the broken down car?" We were so confused. How in the world would he know that? We looked at each other and whispered that perhaps he killed her, found out from her that we had come here, and now he has come to kill us? Or perhaps the police officer was in cahoots with this madman and sent him to us, which is how he knew we were here. We were at his mercy, and we were looking around to see if there was anything we could use as a weapon if he tried to take us. Then the truck driver, seeing that we were scared and backing away, explained that he had heard on the CB radio that the policeman placed a call out to see if there was anyone traveling this way that could pick Mandy up and bring her to the diner. He also heard that there were 2 scared young ladies here that also needed a ride back to the diner. He heard the calls but was traveling in the opposite direction, so could not help with Mandy, but was passing by this exit, so figured he would help us. So we hesitantly got into his truck, as his story sounded plausible. But then again, the more we thought about it, the more we wondered why a policeman would tell the entire truck-driving world about 3 young girls in distress. That's just a shout-out to any sicko that we were ripe for the taking. Didn't seem like a smart thing for a police officer to have done. When he said he would send someone to pick us up, we assumed he meant another police officer. Guess small-town folks may have good hearts, but doesn't seem like they use their brains to the fullest extent possible. When I think about the thousands of ways this could have ended if the wrong person showed up on all of those incidents, it makes me shudder. As it turned out, the truck driver did not kill us or harm us. He actually drove us back to the diner, and another truck driver stopped and picked up Mandy. Mandy, of course, had no idea what Jane and I had been doing once we left her with that stranger. For all she knew, that guy could have done who knows what with us, and I felt bad that she had been alone. At least I had Jane with me. She was terrified that someone else was going to stop and that she might be in danger. There were not that many cars on the highway on that dark, lonely night. At one point, she saw a semi-truck pull over to the side of the road, going in the opposite direction. She didn't think that much about it, since it was on the other side. Trucks and cars stop all the time for various reasons. But when she saw the truck driver get out of his truck and walk across the highway straight toward her, at that point, she was really frightened. Why would he be doing that? She had no idea that a call had gone out on the CB radios. She started to shrink down in her seat, hoping that he would think no one was in the car. But he kept coming. When he was finally at her window, she had something in her hand for a weapon. I think it was a hairbrush or something just as useless, and she just very slightly cracked the window so she could hear what he was saying. He asked if she was Mandy. What? She was so confused as to how he knew her name. Crazy thoughts went through her head in just a few seconds. Did that stranger we went with have a crazed buddy who was now coming to harm her? The truck driver explained how the policeman had put a call out on the CB radio, asking for help. He was going the opposite direction, but stopped and came over to make sure she was safe, and to wait while another truck driver buddy headed in the right direction and would pick her up shortly after and take her to the diner to meet up with us. She wasn't 100% sure that this was on the up and up, but since he seemed okay and the story sounded somewhat reasonable, and he hadn't asked her to open the door or anything like that, and stood far enough away that she felt safe, she decided to trust that what he was saying was the truth. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, another trucker pulled over. They chatted, and then he said he would take Mandy to the diner. So up she gets into the truck, just like us on our few occasions getting into vehicles with strangers, praying that he was not going to kill her, and off they go up the road toward the next exit. We were 4 for 4 that night. This trucker did indeed drive her to the diner, where we all hugged and cried and were so thankful for the kindness of these small-town strangers. At that point, we were just tired and hungry and ready to get this horrible night over with. The diner food was horrid, and unlike the nice truck drivers, the patrons and waitresses did not seem overwhelmed with us and were rather snippy and rude to us, but we just ate and then headed to that creepy little motel next door. The night clerk was just like you would expect at a spooky little hotel next to a dark highway and even darker woods behind it. He was sullen and acted like we were bothering him. We asked for a room with double beds. He gave us a key to a room, but the key would not work. So we had to trudge back to the front of the motel. All 3 of us went together. We were not splitting up or leaving anyone alone anymore that night, and he was not very happy with us at all. He gave us another key to the room, and after a bit of working, we finally got the door open. There was only 1 double bed. So back to the front of the motel we go. We politely reminded him that we needed 2 double beds. There were 3 of us after all. He acted like he was just so exasperated with us. He begrudgingly handed us the key to another room. We trek on back down to the room, which, of course, was room 13. I know he did that on purpose. We opened the door, again with a tricky lock, and, of course, there is only 1 double bed. Wow. We went back again, because now we were pissed. We need 2 double beds, please. And he said in his surly manner, we don't have any rooms with double beds available. He said there was a fold-up cot in the closet. Nice. We were just too tired to even worry about it, so we made our way back into room 13 and just wanted to get some sleep and lament about how we were not going to get to that concert. But we started looking around and realized that this room was so nasty, and we saw some roaches. We just laid on top of the bed and cot in our clothes and prayed for this night to be over and for morning and our sanity to come. Jane's father did arrive early the next morning. He called a tow truck. He took us home, and we were so happy to never see that ho-dunk town ever again. And in case you were wondering, no, we never did make it to Houston for the concert. Really bummed about that. And the cause of the engine mishap? Apparently Jane's brother had filled up the oil in her car before we started on our trip, and was haphazard about the whole thing. Got oil all over the engine, thus it heated and caught fire. I imagine engines are made differently these days, so things like this don't happen. But back then, her brother's laziness could have cost us everything. We just felt lucky to have made it out alive. This story takes place in the summer of 2017. For reference, my friend and I were young teenage girls at the time. We were hanging out one night, and we decided to go on a walk around the pond that was not too far away from my house. It was, as some would say, pitch black outside, although there was some dull light due to the periodically placed street lights. We left my house and began walking up the street in the darkness. All was fine, and we quickly made it to the pond without any issues. We ended up stopping at one end of the pond to take a break on a bench. This bench happened to be right under a light, so if anyone were also at the pond, they could see us as we were illuminated by the light, but we could not directly see anyone else. We talked for a little while as we moved out onto the dimly lit pond, and after a few minutes, I noticed some movement off in the distance. It appeared to be a group of silhouettes approaching us. I am pretty aware of the dangers that exist in the world, and I am quite the paranoid person. This being said, I quickly alerted my friend to the presence of what I assumed was a group of people swiftly coming our way. It should be noted that we were not in the best of areas, and there were usually suspicious activities that took place at night. We debated for a short moment about what we should do. The first option was to keep sitting on the bench and assume that they were harmless individuals who wouldn't say or do anything to us. And the other option was to take no chances with these strangers who had us outnumbered, and make a run for it back to my house. We quickly chose the latter and got back on our feet. We started off with a speed walk, but as I kept looking back to check on the mysterious group of people approaching us, I realized that they too were picking up speed. This is when my fear truly kicked in, and my friend and I began to full-on run. I regularly looked back at the group as we continued to run, and I noticed that they began closing the distance between us. We still could not make out any features of the people due to the lack of lighting, so we were just blindly running from these mysterious people. I eventually arrived at my house and hid in my yard while waiting for my friend, who is much shorter and not the fastest runner. She made it back a short while after me, and we went inside, making sure to lock the doors behind us. When we were discussing it after the fact, she said that when she was running, she wasn't looking back to check on them, so we don't actually know if they attempted to follow us the whole way home, or miraculously gave up. We honestly don't even know what happened. If these people meant no harm, they were certainly not doing the best at showing that. But if they were indeed evildoers of some kind, well then, I am glad that we dashed away when we did. This happened when I was 15, in early 2018. I was young and stupid, so don't blame me for the mistakes and choices I made. When I first met him, I honestly didn't think we were related at all. All of my family has light tan, dark brown eyes, and the same sharp nose. In all honesty, I couldn't believe he was my aunt's son. He was pale, so pale that he looked ghostly. His eyes were sunken from obvious lack of sleep, and he was heavier than most kids our age. His hair was black, and he was an inch taller than me, and in sharp contrast to his mother. He was mean, cold, and cunning. Over the next year, he would constantly threaten me, and especially threaten my brother out of spite and hate. If I'm being serious, he had always given me major sketch vibes. His humor was twisted. And dark humor is funny, don't get me wrong, but his jokes were just flat out disgusting. I tried to avoid him when I could, but it proved futile every time, since he knew I would not put up with his BS. "You're all bite," he told me once. I almost punched him in the face then. Pity that I didn't. One day we were walking in the park alone, and we were just talking about school. Normally I would avoid him altogether, but I decided to play nice since I didn't want my Tia to get upset that I didn't like her son. I tried to seem interested in what he was saying, but it was hard, especially considering the amount of things I could have been doing instead. Then, out of seemingly nowhere, he says to me, "I could kill you, you know." I spun my head around to look at him. He was staring right into me, his charcoal eyes digging holes in my head. "What did you just say to me?" I asked, squaring my chest, preparing for a scuffle. I didn't care if my aunt yelled at me. I wanted to put this kid in his place. "Nothing," he said, and he turned to start talking to his mom. Rightfully so, I avoided him even more now, ever the more cautious of not being alone with him, until one specific day when he was accompanying me and his sister to a barbecue next to a river I knew. I hated the idea of him coming with us. He knew I hated him and made it his goal to annoy me while we were there. He talked constantly, never being quiet for more than 2 minutes. He purposely dropped my burger when bringing it to me, and when he jumped out of the water, he shook his head like a dog, getting water all over me. I tried so hard to just try and have a good time, but it was hard when he was so hell-bent on annoying me. Then, he sat next to me. I kept talking to his sister, trying not to meet his gaze. Then he leaned in and repeated what he said the other day. "I could kill you, you know." I stood up and walked into the woods, telling them both that I was going on a walk. After marching my way far enough into the woods, I sat down next to some brush, and I just sat and calmed down for around 10 minutes before I heard someone trudging towards me. I knew it was a human. The struggling of walking over the rough terrain and the heavy footsteps clued me into who it was. I was in the middle of turning, going to say something to him, but I see a long knife, the same one we had been cutting the meat with. I jump as fast as I can into the brush, covering myself in the leaves and dirt, suddenly grateful for my father's lessons of the outdoors, harsh as they were. I am by no means religious, but when I see his face, and the smile he has plastered on, I start to pray to any god I can think of. He doesn't say anything, doesn't call out to me, nothing. The overwhelming urge to vomit consumes me, and adrenaline begins to pump through my body. I inhale deeply, trying my hardest to keep calm, but I hear something. Someone breathing behind me. I make a break for it. I try to scream, but he's bigger than me by a ton, and way heavier. He cups his hand over my mouth and holds the knife to a weak point in my back, the same point he had slammed something into me when we were kids. He knew how much I hated anything touching that spot, so he drags the knife down my back, beginning to laugh. With all the courage I have ever had in my life, I bite into his hand so hard, I taste blood. He screams, but he doesn't let his arm drop from around me. I position my arm just enough so the knife wouldn't hit so deeply, and I slam my elbow into his nose, his knife digging into my shoulder. Now I scream bloody murder, and he lets go to try and stem the blood from his nose, which to my amusement, I later found out was broken. Clutching my shoulder, I ran as fast as I could back to my other cousin, who had come looking for us, seeing as we had been gone for almost 15 minutes at that point. I can only imagine what a sight that would have been, a knife basically falling out of my shoulder, and her brother following behind me with a bloodied, crooked nose and a bleeding hand. Upon seeing the knife, she rushed over to me in a couple of seconds. She realized what had happened. We booked it to the car, locked the doors, and proceeded to call the police. The funniest part to me is that he had tried to flee, the fool. The cops found him after 10 minutes and arrested him outright. I gave my statement and filed for a restraining order. To cut an already long story short, he got 7 years of aggravated assault, and me and his sister testified against him. His mom won't accept what he has done and believes that we being his sister and I, were screwing around with dangerous people, and I got stabbed. Because of this incident, a considerable amount of my family doesn't like me. The only thing I can say is, Josh, you better hope we never meet again. Fresh out of college in 2010, I purchased my first home for me and my young son. The woman who lived there before me died of heart failure in her 50s. Soon after moving in, we found a stray skinny puppy who had a horrible skin infection and just needed a lot of love and care. We took him in, named him Crypto, and nursed him back to health. He was a great dog, so protecting and adventurous, but incredibly loving and sweet to everyone. Crypto had continued medical issues all throughout his too short, nearly 8 years of life, from severe cases of unexplained hives, to tumors on his foot, to a mysterious disease that ultimately caused his liver to fail. The latter ailment came and went, with treatment, for the last 3 years of his life. Outside of camping, hiking, playing in the park kind of fun stuff, Crypto and I spent countless hours at the vet, trying to find out why his body was failing him, so we became close in ways I have never felt with another animal or human. Eventually, towards the end of 2017, Crypto was getting sicker and sicker, refusing to eat much at all. There was really nothing else to be done, so one evening in mid-October, I heartbreakingly took him to the vet to be euthanized. I was with him until the end, and I miss him incredibly. Rewind maybe a week or two. I was obviously very consumed by my dog, who I love as if he were my child, being in pain and suffering while coming to terms with him likely dying sooner than later. I do not recall totally clearly how the message first appeared, But on our everyday plain run-of-the-mill microwave, I noticed a notification. Prior to this day, I never noticed that this microwave had a message button, nor has a message button been on any of the many microwaves I have seen since. One day in early October 2017, I noticed a banner across the readout display of the microwave, indicating an unheard message, with a small red light lit up on the button as if beckoning to be pressed. So I pressed the message button and a recording played. The message lasted about 10 seconds and sounded like mostly static, but there was clearly someone speaking in what appeared to be a deep southern inflection. My initial reaction was, "That's weird." But I thought surely there was a reasonable explanation of some sort. The microwave had been in the house when I moved in 7+ years earlier, so who knows what was on it before me. Maybe there was a power blip and the microwave malfunctioned, so it brought up some old message someone recorded a long time ago that somehow got stored on the microwave. But who knows? Why is there even a message button at all? But I had my dog to worry about, so I put the microwave static message out of my mind. But not before telling my boyfriend, who had just moved in with us a few months earlier. After hearing the staticky voice in the microwave, he became somewhat obsessed with deciphering what the message said. He would wake up and play the message, come home from work and play the message over and over, thinking that he was picking up words here and there. I could not muster the energy to be as enthusiastic as he was, even though I definitely found it to be very odd. My beloved dog was dying, and that was all I could feel and think about outside of normal life. Fast forward back to one of the hardest days my son and I have had together. My boyfriend was working late, so by the time he came home, I was fully wallowing in my grief feelings of loss and perceived failure as a first-time dog mom. But he was right back, obsessing over this message in the microwave as usual. After a while, I make my way into the kitchen to ask him to please come hang out with me. When I walk into the kitchen, he looks at me and stone-faced tells me that he knows what it says. I'm like, okay, what? But he doesn't want to tell me. I told him he needs to tell me and that I want to know now because he is acting like something is wrong. Like, what could the message possibly say that is so terrible that he doesn't think I should know now, when before he wanted to know so badly? Eventually he tells me to just listen for myself, and I will hear it clearly. So, just as I did before, I pressed the message button, and the message played, just as before. But this time, there was not the overwhelming static. This time, the recording played a deep drawl of a man's voice, clearly state matter of fact, as if he was telling you what he had for lunch. "That feller right there, he is going to die soon." To this day, I have no explanation as to how the message got in the microwave, or why there was even a message button at all. I can also not explain why suddenly that night the message came through so clearly after the hundreds of times my boyfriend had played the recording in the days prior. No one in my direct family or circle has a deep southern drawl like the one I heard, so I am certain it did not come from anyone I know. We have speculated over the years, sometimes rationally, other times less so. But this is one of the few experiences in my life my boyfriend and I both just do not have a reasonable explanation for. Was someone in my house? Or something less reasonable? One night when I was around 7 or 8, I had a very strange nightmare. At that age, I was a latchkey kid, which means when I got home from school, I was there alone for about an hour or two until my parents or older siblings got home. I loved the house I grew up in. It was awesome, but dang it, it could be creepy at times. It was not that well made to begin with, and my parents built most of the added-on rooms themselves. It was a large 2-story house that sat on an acre of land, but it was not in the best part of town, as it sat on the outskirts of a quickly growing city. I tell you this because in my dream, I had just got home from school. Like normal, I locked the locks we had on the door and went to put my backpack in my room. Only after I turned around from locking the door, I stopped. I felt something was different. I felt there was someone here. Someone in the house. Worse, I knew they were watching me. Even though it's over 20 years since I had the dream, I recall very clearly standing still and trying to listen for any odd sounds, trying to listen for footsteps or breathing or anything that would be out of place. But all I heard was the creaks and groans of the house. Very scared, I started to tiptoe about. This was before there were cell phones, and there were not any neighbors that I knew well enough that I could go to, at least any that would be home. And at that age, I don't think I knew my mom's phone number, let alone one of my parents' work numbers. The only thing I could think to do is if I saw someone in the house, I would run outside and keep running until a grown-up helped me. So, I went upstairs slowly and quietly, poking my head just above the stairwell to see if there was anyone there. But no one was there. But the feeling of being watched continued. I looked at each room upstairs, knowing that whoever it was watching me. As strange as it sounds, doing this made him feel even closer. It made me visualize in my head a dark outline of a man that was here with me. After checking every room, I traveled back downstairs. At this point, I was so scared that I almost was in tears. Then, I saw that dark outline in the corner of my eye. In reaction, I turned to look at it. But when I did, there was nothing there. I even did a 360, thinking that he must have moved. But there was no one there. Then, I saw it again out of the corner of my eye, but this time on the other side. Once again I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Now, at that age I was a kid. A true kid that got scared, played with Ninja Turtles and watched Ghostbusters. I wasn't psychic, nor did I talk to ghosts or anything like that. So when I kept seeing that dark shape out of the corner of my eye repeatedly, I did the only thing I could think to do in my scared state. Run. When I entered the living room, I somehow knew it was behind me. Not sure why I knew it was there, as I don't remember feeling heat or hearing breathing. But I knew it was there. So I took off running. Being a stupid kid, I didn't think to run towards the right side of the room, which would lead to the back of the house where the back door was, but I ran towards the left side of the room, because it led to the closest room that I knew had a lock, which was the downstairs bathroom. I ran as fast as I could, feeling that figure behind me, inches away. I ran into the small hallway in which the bathroom was at the end. As I ran, the darkness was sort of overtaking me. Now that I'm older, I can relate it to how a butterfly net is when you swing it in to grab a butterfly. It was overtaking me as I ran, and I could see it at both sides. This whole bit would have lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds total, but to me, it was slowed down. Just as I ran inside the bathroom and past the door frame, hands grabbed my neck. Strong, cold hands wrapped around my neck. Instantly I went cold and everything stopped. Everything went black. This is when I woke up. When I woke up, I screamed. Not because I just had the worst nightmare of my life, but because someone was holding me tight. My mother was sitting on my bed, having grabbed me in a hug and was rocking me back and forth. Now I know this may sound creepy, but it wasn't. She was scared and crying. Here's what truly makes this memory creepy. She had a nightmare too. In hers, she felt that a dark, unknown figure wanted to do her harm, and so in her nightmare, she dreamed that she awoke to do her normal morning routine. Since she woke up at 4 in the morning for work, she would often go about her routine in the dark to not wake my father. She went to the bathroom, but when entered, she felt something tap against her left shoulder, right past the door. It actually happened a few times. Confused by this as she wasn't fully awake and it was pitch black, she turned on the light. That's when she saw me, dead, hanging from a noose, at the same location that I felt the thing grab me in my nightmare. It was there that she knew that the dark figure did the worst possible thing it could to her, which was to kill me. That nightmare shook her badly. So bad, in fact, that she rushed to my room in the middle of the night and held me, thankful that I was alive. She described it in the same way that I did, that it was the most realistic dream she ever had. Neither of us went back to bed that night. Instead, we had graham crackers and milk to try and wash the nightmares away. Then we turned on the radio and played it softly, not to wake anyone. And most of all, we kept all the lights on in the kitchen. Years later, I have no clue why this happened, nor do I have any explanation. And as to what or who the dark figure was, I don't know. Never felt it before or after. The house I grew up could be very creepy at times, but there was a lot of love there, as we were a large, happy family. So it wasn't like it was filled with doom and gloom. I did experience a few weird and scary things over the years that I can't really explain, but by no means could say it was haunted. Over the years, I have had a few conversations with my mom about that night. As she is by far the kindest person I have ever known, I fully believe her when she said that she doesn't know what it could have been. It could have been just 1,000,000,001 chance that we both happened to have had a similar nightmare on the same night. But in my heart, that doesn't feel right. That figure was real. To this day, anytime I see something in the corner of my eye, I get a tinge of fear from that nightmare. It's a horrible feeling, too. Makes me feel like a scared little kid again, standing in that house and knowing that figure is watching me. I want to start off by saying that I have never told this story to anyone. It all started about 2 weeks ago when I moved into my new apartment. I was all moved in and everything because I live alone, so I didn't really have much stuff to unpack. Later that day, I grabbed my purse and keys to go to work for the day. I was walking to my car when I saw someone start to approach me. It was a woman who looked to be at least 45 to 55 years old. It was very obvious that she was a smoker. She also looked sleep-deprived, skinny and frail. She had very noticeable eye bags that seemed to get worse the more I looked at them. "Hello, miss. You must be the new neighbor," said the old woman with an extremely damaged voice, caused by years of smoking. "Yeah, I just moved here about 3 days ago," I responded as polite as possible. Then I noticed she had something in her hands that she hid behind her. She looked really excited to show me. Then she noticed I saw it, and it seemed to make her even more excited that she had a huge smile on her face. It was horrible. Her teeth were uneven and rotting. She was missing teeth, and her gums looked like they had been bleeding earlier. Her lips were blistered and dry. She scared the absolute crap out of me. "I want you to meet someone," she said in a kind of sing-songy voice. She showed me what she was hiding behind her. "Her name is Jambalaya." It was a very strange-looking doll that resembled a coconut. "Oh, thank you. It's nice to meet her." I just told her what she probably wanted to hear, to avoid any drama. I also had to wrap things up soon before I was late for work. "I'm sorry, but I have to get to work. I'll see you later, ma'am," I said in an apologetic tone. "No need to be formal. You can call me Emma," she said right before I could get in my car. I nodded in response and get in my car, turned it on, and pulled out of the parking lot. I looked in my rearview mirror for a split second and saw that the woman was dead staring at me while rocking that weird doll. I concluded that she was probably under the influence, judging by her attitude and the look of her. After work, I was driving home around 5:05, and I pulled into the parking lot. When I drove in, I saw Emma in the middle of the parking lot, just sitting in the middle of the road, playing with Jambalaya. "What is she doing?" I whispered to myself in complete shock as I drove past her. She saw me in my car and gave me a sinister, rotten smile. I smiled back, trying my best to keep my composure. I parked and stepped out of my car. "Please don't come over here, please don't come over here," I repeated in my mind as I walked to the entrance. I avoided eye contact as best as I could, but ended up looking at her because I heard her saying, no, singing something. I kept walking, but I also kept looking at her. "Jambalaya, jambalaya, jambalaya," she sang in a low, creepy voice. She sang it slow, and she kept repeating that doll's name. I walked a little faster, and right before I walked in, I looked back to see if she was still singing. She wasn't. She was standing, holding that doll in one hand, and the other was on her heart. She was visibly upset for some reason. We were just standing there staring at each other for what felt like hours. Then I broke my trance and mouthed an apology and walked in, not looking back this time. As soon as I walked to my apartment, I locked my door. Emma freaked me out, and I didn't want to be around her. I mean, she isn't hostile or anything, but she gives me the creeps. I put my stuff down and walked to my room, turned on the lights, flopped on my bed, sighed. I got back up and started cleaning up my mess. I walked to the window, slightly scared for what I might see. Nobody. I was relieved. Part of me was expecting Emma to be looking at me from my window. I woke up at an uncertain time and looked over to my bedside table to pick up my phone, realizing that it was 4:30 in the morning. I tried to figure out why I woke up and turned the bedside light on because I was wide awake for some reason. It was kind of an unnerving feeling because I didn't understand what was happening. As I was lying there in my bed, I started hearing weird tapping noises, and I froze. Being the person that always listens to scary stories and has become a little paranoid, I started to freak out. I didn't know if I should get up and go see what was happening, or just stay in my bed and wait for it to pass. The tapping stopped after about a minute, and I just heard shuffles and something like a whisper. At this point, I was definitely freaking out and really didn't know what I should do. All of a sudden, everything went quiet for about 5 minutes. I was still too scared to get up when all of a sudden my front door slammed super loud. This scared me so badly, I got up from my bed super fast, looking in every room to try and figure out what just happened. I didn't see anything, so I started to freak out even more, thinking I was going crazy. The last place I checked was the bathroom, and I looked in the shower to see if somebody was hiding in there. To my surprise, there was something in there, but it wasn't a human, and after I saw what it was, I realized who had been in my apartment. It was Jambalaya. I have no idea why she wanted to break into my apartment, just to leave this stupid doll in my bathtub. It makes no sense, and I still have no idea why she did it. After this event, I realized how crazy this woman really was, and how dangerous she could be. How was she able to break into my apartment, and how long was she in there for? And what exactly was she doing, other than just leaving a doll in my bathtub? That morning, I looked around the whole house trying to figure out just how she broke in. After about 10 minutes of searching the house and checking every door and window, I noticed that my bathroom window was unlocked and even still opened ajar. This freaks me out so much, and I instantly became mad at myself for forgetting something as important as walking all of your windows and doors to make sure they're locked. I knew right away this is how she managed to break in, and she must have just went out the front door because it was easier. I went to the apartment manager and staff and explained everything that had been going on and how I would possibly be moving out soon due to this crazy person I was living next to. Thankfully, they understood my situation and said that they would be talking to Emma about what had happened. They offered me next month's rent for free if I stayed. I decided to accept this offer since I had just recently moved in and didn't have a lot of money. Around a week later, after nothing happened, I heard from the apartment staff that Emma was getting arrested and possibly getting sent to a mental ward. They explained to me that after the manager had tried to talk with her about what was going on, and had her confess to breaking into my apartment. She became furious about everything and denied the whole thing. She had a mental freakout and was taking it out on the manager just because he tried to talk to her about her actions. This led to her getting aggressive and being arrested. I have to say I was pretty happy about the news of her being arrested because that meant I didn't have to worry about her anymore, and it gave me a lot of hope for my new apartment. I threw that doll away and decided to move on with my life that year after all this crap. It was actually one of the best years of my life because I was able to build my self-confidence, which in my opinion led to me becoming a much better person. Obviously this woman had issues, and I really hope that she is getting the help she needs. This happened about 15 or 20 years ago. It was Halloween, and our kids, who were probably around 8 and 10 at the time, were planning to go trick-or-treating that night with their friends and cousins. My sister was going to be the adult with them, and my husband and I were just going to stay home and give out the candy at our house. I had done my share of taking the kids trick-or-treating for many, many years, and was looking forward to just staying home and handing out candy to the other neighborhood kids. We live in a very nice neighborhood, on a cul-de-sac. We know most of our neighbors, and while we do lock our doors at night, we had never had any issues with crime in the area. So being the victim of a crime, especially in our safe neighborhood, was the last thing on my mind. I was the first to arrive home that day, having just arrived home from work. Our kids were at my sister's house, who lived a few neighborhoods over. They went there after school since she was home, and I didn't like for our kids to be home alone after school. And it was so fortunate that they had not been home alone. We had a cleaning person that came to clean twice a month, and that was her day to clean. She had a key to our home, so she cleaned while we were all out of the house. She did a fantastic job, but she had a habit of putting everything away to make the house look clean. I had repeatedly asked her not to, but I think she was just so set in her ways, feeling that a house just does not look clean with things lying around. So I knew that my first half-hour home would be spent trying to find the things that she put away. It would sometimes take us days to find things after she had cleaned. So I was busy trying to unwind from the workday, trying to find some things that the cleaning lady had stored away, who knows where, and was thinking about what to make the kids for dinner. I didn't have much time, as the kids would want to go out trick-or-treating soon, so I was a bit distracted. While I did notice a few odd things here and there in the house, I was not concerned. First, I noticed a large rock that was on the floor in the hallway area where my kitchen, dining room, and laundry room meet. Odd, but I just picked it up and threw it away. I could not think of any reason for it to be there, but did not have time to ponder on it, and just soon forgot about it. The next odd thing I noticed was that the long, heavy stick that is normally kept standing up in the corner of the laundry room, for a reason I can't even remember now, was laying across our bed in the downstairs master bedroom. I just assumed that for some strange reason the cleaning lady left it there. Again, very odd, but not concerning. I also noticed that the sliding glass door in our bedroom that opened to the backyard was slightly open. But again, I was not alarmed, because I assumed the cleaning lady had opened the door to shake out a rug or something, and just did not close it all the way. The sliding door was not easy to slide. I had been asking my husband to fix that, but he just never got around to it. So I thought perhaps she just could not get it closed. We are in a safe neighborhood, so I was not concerned about anything more than bugs getting into the house through the open door, and we have a 6-foot-high security fence, so it's not like anyone would even know that the door was open. Next odd thing. Just that day, a friend had asked if he could borrow our camcorder, so I went looking for it. We normally kept it on the counter below the china cabinet in the dining room, but I was not surprised when it wasn't there, as I assumed the cleaning lady had put it away somewhere. But I looked everywhere I could think of that she would possibly have stored it. No luck. I had no more time to waste on looking, so I called her to ask her where she had put it. She assured me that it was on the counter where she left it. I believed her and never for a moment thought she took it. So that was strange. It was nowhere to be found. Shortly thereafter, my husband came home. A few minutes later, he asked me why there was glass on the laundry room floor. I had not even gone in there after I got home. Just walked right by that room without a glance in my haste, so I hadn't noticed it. I was bummed because that meant we had to clean it up and would have to replace the window. I didn't have time for this. Still, nothing seemed sinister to me. After cleaning up the broken glass, and while my husband prepared to gather the wooden tools he would need to secure the broken window until we could get it replaced, I went back to my walk-in closet to change my clothes. When I opened my jewelry box to take off my watch and rings I had worn that day, I saw that my jewelry box was completely empty. Not one thing left in it. Okay, now you have my attention. I went out to tell my husband, and we were completely dumbfounded. Then I gasped as the sudden realization of what had actually happened came to me. We were robbed. I started putting all of the pieces of the puzzle together. Someone had broken the window to our laundry room with the rock I found on the floor. That window was on the side of the house, so neighbors would not see them. They most likely kept the rock in their hand to use as a weapon in case there was anyone in the house. When they saw the large, heavy stick in the laundry room, they figured that would make a better weapon, so just dropped the rock on the floor where I found it, and continued into the house with the stronger weapon. They must have gone quickly through the house, gathering up anything small that they thought was of value. Then, they left through the sliding door in the master bedroom, laying the stick on our bed before they left. Then, they would have had to climb over the 6-foot fence in our yard to get out, since both gates on the sides of the house are locked. As it was the end of October, it gets dark as early as 4:30 or 5 p.m., so they would have had the cover of darkness to make their escape unseen. After a search of the house, there were many items missing, including the camcorder, a new set of walkie-talkies we had just gotten for the kids that were kept in the cabinet above where the camcorder had been, every single piece of my jewelry, and a few more small items. Nothing from the upstairs was taken, so they must have been trying to be quick about it. The only satisfaction I took was that all of my jewelry, which was nice and looked expensive, was all just costume jewelry. They thought that they assumed that they had struck gold, but would soon find out they would not get much for any of it, and that made me smile. So we called the police, and they came and took our statement. My kids and their friends were wide-eyed with the police there, and cops in our house, and with the police car lights flashing. But my sister quickly whisked them off for their night of trick-or-treating. Apparently, there was a full handprint on the upper window pane that the burglar broke, as he must have placed his hands on the upper pane to try and slide it up before realizing it was locked, or to push it up after he broke and unlocked the lower window pane. But those fingerprints were not in the criminal database system, so it wasn't anyone that had been caught before. We never did find out who it was, but we had our suspicions that it was someone in the construction crew that had been working on one of the houses in the cul-de-sac for weeks. So they would have seen us leave for school and work. There was nothing taken that could not be replaced, and I am just so thankful that no one was home when they broke in. If my son or daughter, or even my husband or I had been home alone, or walked in when the intruder was in there, he most likely would have used that weapon on us. I don't think of this incident often these days, but when I do, I shiver thinking about how tragic this one small home invasion could have become. The intruder holding that weapon while searching the house is proof he would have done us harm. We are so thankful that no one was home during that time. We have big dogs now, and there is absolutely zero chance that anyone will be breaking into this house ever again. At least not without risking their lives. Come on in. My dogs dare you. I am a 60-year-old female now, so I grew up in a much simpler world. There were no cell phones, no computers, no video games, no social media. We spent all of our playtime outside. We used something called imagination, and it was a fabulous time to grow up. I was the youngest of the family. I have 2 sisters and 1 brother. We lived in a poor, small, close-knit community outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from the time I was born until I was 11 years old. My brother and my oldest sister had their own friends, so I did not really associate with them outside of our house. The sister closest in age to me, Maggie, was always stuck watching out for me, but it wasn't so bad, at least for me, as all of our friends were from the neighborhood, and we all knew each other. My childhood, at least from my recollection, was idyllic. Maggie may have a different perspective, as the one that was forced to always have me tag along. Those were the days when children spent every weekend and summer day playing outside. We only went home for lunch and dinner, and only went in for the night once the streetlights came on. Our parents never worried about us getting into danger. They did worry about us doing stupid things, which we often did. But as far as being hurt by strangers, that was not a concern back then by any of the parents in the neighborhood. The kids always traveled in packs, so we were pretty safe on our own. I am saddened by all of the horror stories that you hear about these days, all the creeps, and I used to just shake my head and think, what has happened to this world? We never had to worry about creeps like that when I was growing up. I don't recall ever hearing anything about people like this when I was young, and we were never lectured about stranger danger the way kids need to be these days. Back then, adults were not to be feared, but were to be respected and trusted, and I did. But then I remembered 3 very specific incidents that happened when I was young, and I wonder if times haven't really changed much at all. I think I was just too young and naive at the time to understand the significance of what happened. Let me set the scene for the first 2 incidents. There was a park and a playground that was about a 15-minute walk from our neighborhood, and all of us, anywhere from about 6 to 10 kids, would go there almost every day in the summer. For as long as I could remember, while we lived in that city, we would stop at the local dime store on our way back to pick up whatever treats our small allowances would afford us, and then just hang out at the park doing kid stuff all day long. We had many fun days at that park. There was a dark, spooky path at the back of the park that led down through the woods. All of our parents threatened us with our lives if we ever dared to go into these woods. The woods were way too dangerous a place for kids our age to be entering with no adults. The water fountain and bathrooms were located at the very edge of the woods near the path, so we would be near the entrance to the woods quite a bit, but were forbidden to ever actually go down the path to the woods. At that time, it was one of those things that we were always curious about, but so far, had not had the courage to actually do. We all pretended like it was because our parents forbade us to enter, but in actuality, it was because we were all too scared. It was really spooky. The first incident happened in our local park when I was around 5 years old. Maggie was around 6.5 or 7 years old. Back in those days, even the youngest kids were out and about all day with no thoughts of danger, as long as we were all together. One day I was at the water fountain by myself getting a drink of water. Maggie and all of our friends were at the other end of the park. I just popped over to grab a drink, and was intending to run back to my group. I hadn't even told Maggie, as I was never supposed to be alone at the park, but she was busy doing something with our friends, and I just didn't feel like asking her permission. So I went alone. While I was sipping water, a young man came over to me and said his puppy had run down the path into the woods and was lost, and he asked if I would help him find his puppy. He even offered to give me 50 cents if I would help rescue his puppy. Now, my memory could be way off on this, but when I think of him now, I remember him as being about late teens, very early 20s, and he looked like David Koresh, if you know who that is. Anyway, hearing the words lost puppy and money, I was definitely intrigued. I had always loved puppies, but we were not allowed to own pets where we lived. Plus, my weekly allowance was much lower than all of my friends' allowances, and 50 cents back then was like $50 now to a poor kid my age. I was too young to understand that someone older than me could have evil intentions, so I did not consider his request to be dangerous. My only hesitation was that if my mom found out I was into the woods, she would have my hide. Plus the fact that the woods were very spooky, and I was scared to go in there. but I would be with an older person, so perhaps it wouldn't be so scary. So the puppy and the money incentive won out, and I took the man's hand, and we started to walk toward the path to the woods. I remember being a little scared of entering the forbidden woods and what might happen if my mom found out, but at the same time, being so excited that I might actually get to hold a little puppy and have enough money to buy all of the yummy candy that I wanted. Just as we stepped on the path and were walking into the woods, my sister came running over and asked what I was doing. I explained to her that I was going to help this nice man find his lost puppy and that he was going to pay me 50 cents. She ran over and grabbed my hand and said, "No, you are not." She dragged me forcibly back to where our friends were hanging out and told me to never go anywhere with someone I did not know. I was crying and upset that she ruined my chance at being able to find the puppy and earn money. I don't recall exactly what happened after that. I do not know where the man went, but now assume he took off running as soon as my sister grabbed my hand. And I don't remember if I was even told just how dangerous that situation really was. She probably just told me that I would get into trouble from my mom if she found out I went into the woods. I was too young to understand the true motivations of someone like that. All I know now is that my sister literally saved my life that day. I would either have been kidnapped or worse. No matter which, my idyllic childhood and possibly my life would have vanished forever. The second incident regarding the woods was the day we all actually did walk down the path into the woods. I was probably 6 or 7 at the time. I cannot remember what led up to us actually taking that walk into the park, but I can only imagine that there were days and probably weeks of planning and getting up the courage to do this. But we actually did it. Curiosity eventually won out. We had to know what was down that path. So off we went, very nervous, but also excited. At first it seemed so nice and pretty and safe. We were wondering what all the fuss was about and why our parents didn't want us in there. But after about 5 or 10 minutes down the path, the woods got thicker, which made the sky darker, until soon we were in the midst of a very scary, spooky forest, and we did not see anyone else on the path. We had no idea where the path led to, so we weren't sure how long it would take to get to the other side. One by one, we started losing our bravado, but no one wanted to be the first to be called chicken. But we were city kids, and had never actually been into the woods or forest, so this was all new and creepy. After about 20 minutes of trudging into the ever more scary forest, hearing wildlife sounds we were not used to, and worrying about what else was in the woods that might jump out at us, we started discussing whether we should turn around or keep going. We were struggling with what to do, as we had come this far, and not to find out what was on the other end of the path was going to bother us. We were really spooked by the fact that there were no other people walking along the path, either way. We know we had seen people enter the path to the woods before, so why wasn't there anyone now? We would have been so happy to see other people, to know we were not going to die in these woods alone. But there was no one. It was getting much too dark for us to bear, and without knowing how much further the path went on, and actually not even knowing where we would end up if we did take the path to the end, we all came to an agreement that we would turn around and head back. Just when we turned around and started walking back the way we came, we noticed a group of people walking toward us. Wow, were we ever glad to see them. We all let out sighs of relief and even briefly discussed how we would follow them and actually take the trail to the other end after all. But the closer we came to the group of people, the more worried we became. It was a group of about 5 or 6 older teenagers, girls and boys, and they did not look friendly. We collectively made our way to the right side of the path, heads down, hoping they would not pay attention to us and would just leave us alone. But that was not to be. They started harassing us and were reaching out like they were going to hit us, which would make us flinch, and they would laugh. I was the youngest of the group, and I was terrified. Some of them actually took swings at some of the others in my group, and we were no match for these older kids. I was crying, and everyone was yelling, and I was afraid we were all going to be beat to a pulp. I was so confused. I did not understand why they would want to hurt us. They didn't even know us, and we had done nothing to make them mad at us. just as things were getting really bad. Thankfully, there were some adults coming down the path, and they ran over to see what was going on. The older kids that were bothering us started running in the opposite direction, and we were finally safe. That's twice I was spared unknown horrors by the hands of strangers. Our rescuers made sure we were okay, and actually walked with us back to the park where we first entered the woods to make sure we made it out safely. Needless to say, we never went back into those woods again. The third incident occurred when I was a few years older, probably around 7 or 8. I was walking down a small alley near our neighborhood with one of my best friends and her husky dog. I will preface this by saying that I was a very naive and innocent kid, while thankfully my friend was much more street smart. A car pulled up slowly beside us, and the driver was a middle-aged, nondescript-looking man. Well, I say middle-aged because in my young mind, anyone older than 20 was old. He could have been in his 20s for all I know. His window was rolled down, and he had said something in a low voice to us. I had no idea what he was saying, but my friend just ignored him and told me to keep walking. I thought she was being very rude, and as I said before, I was taught to always treat adults with respect, so I stopped and got closer to the passenger side window, which was rolled down, and asked him what he said. He repeated, "Would you guys like to play with this?" I saw he had his hands in his lap holding something, but I could not see what it was. I assumed it must have been a toy or something. I have no idea. He asked us again if we would like to play with this. As I got in closer to get a better look, my friend grabbed my arm and said, "Let's go." And we turned around and started walking back in the opposite direction that the car was facing, back toward home. I was very confused, but my friend knew that to try to explain the facts of life to me right then was not something she wanted to do, so she just told me he was a very bad man that meant to do us harm. I had absolutely no idea what she meant and why she thought he was dangerous, but we never spoke of it again that I can recall. I didn't even realize exactly what that entire incident meant until I was much older and thought of it again. So, third time's a charm. I was yet again rescued from a situation that could have forever changed my life. It haunts me even today to think of how just a few short moments could have changed my life forever. I am a female, and when I was in my early 20s in the late 1970s, I drove a Volkswagen Bug that, at that time, had many mechanical issues. I loved that car dearly because it was the first car I ever owned, which I purchased while I was still a senior in high school. So I was determined to drive it until the engine gave out for good. At this particular time, there was an oil leak. I was too broke to actually repair the leak, but I knew exactly what to do to keep it running. I kept cans of oil and a funnel in my car at all times. When the red oil light came on, I knew I had a very small window of time to stop and add some oil. Once the oil was added, it was good to go for another week. Yeah, sounds like a lot of hassle, but I was young and stupid and broke, and that was just easier than having to come up with the hundreds of dollars it would have taken to get it fixed properly. But I didn't mind. I just got used to it. I was living in Dallas, Texas, and my parents lived about 90 miles east of Dallas, in a very small town. I would visit them on weekends sometimes. At that time in my life, I was heavily into partying at clubs. So much so that there would come times when I just needed a break from all the partying and would go to spend the weekend with my parents now and again. Sometimes I just needed that break, and they were such great parents, and they loved when I came to visit them. This was back in the days when work days were not flexible like they were today. If you wanted to keep a good job, you had to be there every day, on time. No excuses. So I had to be at work on Monday mornings bright and early. So now and then, I would just get up early on that Monday morning and drive straight to work from my parents' house. But since I was always paranoid about not getting up on Monday morning in time to make it to work on time, most times I would just drive home Sunday night. This particular trip I drove home on a Sunday night. It was dark by the time I was on the road, but I wasn't concerned since I had my oil cans with me and knew how to change the oil quickly and easily like a Daytona 500 pit crew worker. And again, I was young and stupid and invincible, as all young and stupid people think they are. My parents always worried about me driving so late in that rat trap of a car, but I assured them I was fine. So off I went tooling down the highway. About halfway home, wouldn't you know it, the red oil light came on, and by now, it was pitch black outside. And of course it happened on a long stretch of highway with absolutely no towns around, and no lights anywhere. But I had driven this road hundreds of times and knew exactly where the exits were. Thankfully there was an exit just up ahead, and I pulled off and drove up this secluded roadway until I found a place to stop on a little side road. These little towns in Texas were way off the highway, so there was nothing around where I found myself. Not even a gas station. Nothing at all. But I was not concerned. I had my flashlight, and figured I would put the oil in and be back on the highway in a few minutes. Easy peasy. My car headlights shone up on a dirt pathway in front of where I pulled my car to, and I kept the headlights on as it was the only light around. This being an old VW, oddly enough, the engines were in the back, so while the lights wouldn't help me much during my oil endeavor, I wanted some light around me at least. As I was just about to open my door and hop out to do my pit crew thing, I looked up and noticed something in my headlights. At first I thought it was a big dog. That wouldn't have been unusual, because if there was a farm further inland, they usually had dogs, and the dogs always liked to roam around. I love dogs and was thinking, how cute, until I suddenly stopped and took a closer look at him. He was not a dog at all. He was a very large wolf, and he did not look happy to see me. He just sat there a few yards in front of my car and was growling at me, baring his teeth. He didn't get up. He just sat there staring intently at me and continuously growling. My first instinct was to just drive to another area, but I knew that if I tried to do that, I would permanently damage my car engine, and I would not only truly be stuck there, but I would be screwed without a car. When I say I had minimal time to stop and pour oil into that engine, I mean minimal. And I had already pushed the limit getting to the place I stopped. So, I sat there wondering what I was going to do. There were no cell phones back then to just call someone to help. I was on my own. I figured I had only two options: risk my life trying to put oil in the engine, or just sit there and wait until the wolf got bored and left. I opted for the latter at first, but this creature was just spooky. He didn't move. He didn't blink. Just sat there intently staring at me and growling, showing those pointy, dangerous teeth. Not a loud growl, just a low, menacing growl. Continuously. It was just so eerie. So I just sat and waited. I turned off the headlights, not only to save my battery since I was not sure how long I would be there, but I thought perhaps he would leave if I turned them off. He didn't. So I waited and waited. At least an hour went by with him just staring at me and growling. Spookiest thing I have ever seen. But I was about to have to choose option number 2, as I had to use the bathroom so badly. I tried to get my mind off of it, but after 30 more minutes, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. He did not seem to be tiring of this strange standoff, but now I was even more fearful of getting out of my car. If he could sit like that and just stare and growl for an hour and a half, he was not a normal animal. So I spent another 10 or 15 minutes going over in my mind exactly how I was going to do this. This was the only time I was so thankful that the engine was in the back. No way would I want to be walking toward him and be closer to him while I had to deal with the oil. No idea what he might have done if I was out of the car and closer to him. I was glad I did not have to find out. So with my plan in place in my head, I slowly opened my car door. I just did things very slowly, keeping my eyes on him to see if he was going to run toward me. As I slowly opened the door, bit by bit, he never wavered in his stance, or staring or growling. It was so scary. I was terrified. Once I was out of the car, I walked in slow motion toward the back of the car. I kept the car door open so that if he came in my direction, I could jump back in. So slowly, step by step, I walked to the back of the car. I didn't want to make any sudden movements that might set him off. Once back there, I opened the hood, unscrewed that oil cap and oil can, and put in some oil. I don't even think I put in the whole can. I figured I could put enough in to get to a gas station further up the highway where it was safe. And the whole time I did this, that creepy wolf did not move, still staring at me, still growling and baring his teeth, not budging at all. Once I slowly closed the hood to the engine, I inched toward my car door. Since I would now have to walk toward him to get back in my car, I was so afraid he would take that as a threat and attack. But I made it safely to my car and slammed that door shut, turned on my car engine, and backed up to get on the road, which would lead me to the highway. As soon as I put the car in gear to head toward the highway, I saw the creature turn around and just walk away slowly in the direction they came from. I don't know how any living thing, human or animal, could be so still and stare so intently and growl so unendingly for that long of a time. It wasn't normal or natural. I was shaking the rest of the way home. I didn't even stop to put more oil in, and thankfully, my red oil light did not come back on that night. After my parents found out what happened, my father showed up at my apartment the next week with a brand new car for me. They never wanted to have to worry about me endangering my life with a faulty car ever again. And needless to say, I never took that exit off that highway ever again. This story takes place in the summer of 2001 in southern Rhode Island, where I'm from. I am a female for reference, and I was 20 years old that summer, in between my junior and senior years of college at the University of Rhode Island. I decided to stay on campus and take some classes so my senior year would be a little lighter and be less stressful for me. So I rented a cute little apartment with a friend near campus, and we loved it. There were a lot of other college students around, and I enjoyed living so close to the beach in summertime. My schedule was pretty open, so even though I was working and going to school part-time, I had a lot of time to myself and loved the freedom I had to do whatever I wanted. I have always been into fitness and exercise, and one of my favorite things to do that summer was take my rollerblades down to the local bike path and listen to music on my earbuds while I glided down the long straight path. Every day, I would drive to the bike path and park my car at the park close by to the path and rollerblade the mile-long path until it ended and where another park began. At that second park, I would sometimes rest on one of the benches and take a little break and drink some water before turning back around to go down the bike path again and ending up at the original park where my car was. 2 miles every day. It was fun and great exercise, right up until this incident that I am about to chronicle for you. On this particular morning, I slept in and was running late getting ready for my daily workout. I could not find my earbuds anywhere. They were not where I normally left them on the kitchen counter, and after spending some time looking for them around the apartment without any luck, I just said screw it and decided to go exercise without them. I get to the park, put my rollerblades on, and start my first mile. It was a beautiful July morning, and I was enjoying myself, when suddenly, unexplainably about halfway through the mile, something felt very wrong. The temperature was in the 80s, but I had goosebumps all up and down my arms and legs. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, and I had an intense sinking feeling of dread in my gut. I have always had a very strong intuition. I trust it with my life. I have felt this feeling before in the past, and it has always served as a warning. But I kept on skating, becoming very aware of my surroundings. Fight or flight was kicking in, and I didn't even understand why. That is when I saw him. There was a man up ahead on the trail, off to the side of the path. The first thing I realized was that he was taking steps backwards off the path. He was trying to hide from me behind a tree. but I could still see his face from a good distance away, watching me like a dead-eyed predator. He stood there with his hands in his front pockets, not moving at all. I skated closer to him. The dread in my stomach grew. I noticed he was not wearing workout clothes. He had on an oversized hoodie, jeans, and work boots. Nothing you would wear if you were there to exercise. Now, I had to quickly make a choice. Do I stop and turn around the way I came from, possibly endangering my life by losing the speed and momentum I had gained? Do I keep skating past him and hope he doesn't rush me from the side, pushing me off the path? The fear I felt turned quickly to rage. Quick backstory on me. I am no stranger to violence from my past. I thought, why should I live my life afraid? Why should I be afraid of these men who think they can just take what they want from me? Do they think I'm just going to take it? I felt my hands ball up into fists. My jaw jut out in defiance, and I decided to stand my ground. Something told me that as I passed him, that I needed to remember everything about what he looked like. I noted his dark eyes and beard, his plain blue baseball cap, his hoodie and jeans, and construction boots. I could tell my nostrils were flared and my eyes were flashing anger, and I glared at him with an intensity that said, "I see you there, and I am ready to fight you if I need to." We maintained eye contact for what felt like a long time, but could not have been more than a few seconds. Then, he actually broke eye contact and looked away from me. I knew he had changed his mind about whatever he was considering doing, but I was still not safe yet. I flew as fast as I could to the second park and got off the bike path. Now, I was in a tough position. My car was a mile away, as was my shoes and cell phone. I could not go back down that path again and risk passing him a second time. He might have moved. He might have been hiding in a better place waiting for me, knowing I would need to go back down the path to get to my car. So I took off my rollerblades and made my way over to the road that ran parallel to the path, and walked the mile back to my car in my socks, carrying my skates. It probably looked a little strange to the drivers that went by, and that walk seemed to take forever. Once I saw my car, I ran to it as fast as I could and locked myself in, and I never went back there to rollerblade again. Unfortunately, the story does not stop here. After this incident, I went on with the rest of my day. I went to class, I made lunch at my apartment, I got ready for work, and went to my closing shift where I worked as a waitress. I returned to my apartment complex around 10 p.m. to find my neighbor yelling excitedly on his cell phone in the parking lot, pacing and smoking a cigarette as he talked. He and his girlfriend lived upstairs from me. I didn't know them well, but they were friendly enough. She studied nursing, and he was a business major. We had all hung out shortly after move-in day, drinking beers and smoking on their balcony, and I thought they would both be pretty nice people. I parked my car and started walking towards the building, just as he was hanging up from his call. I nodded politely towards him and offered a friendly greeting, something like, "Hey, how's it going, man?" Seeing his face closer now under the lights, I could tell he had been crying. He told me his girlfriend was in the hospital. She had been attacked by a strange man and was recovering from some various injuries. Most seriously, a head injury from smacking her head on concrete. As he described to me what happened, I felt tears rising in my own eyes, and I felt like I had been punched in the stomach. What I said to him next made his jaw drop. I said, "Did this happen on the bike path?" He incredulously said yes, and demanded to know how I knew that. I told him I knew who did it, and I explained what happened to me that morning. He immediately asked if I could talk to the police and give a description of the man. Because of the little voice in my head that told me I needed to remember everything about his appearance, I was able to give a full, detailed description of this man to the police. For months after the incident, I checked the news to see if he was ever caught, but I never heard that he was. The girl he attacked did make a full recovery, and shortly after returning from the hospital, she and her parents showed up in a moving van and packed up all of her things from her apartment. I never saw her again. For a long time after that, I felt a lot of guilt about what happened to her. I felt that somehow her fate was meant for me. but I had skirted it and left it for someone else to suffer through. What did I do that she didn't? The last and most chilling piece of this story, the earbuds that I had lost the morning of this incident, the ones that I had looked all over my apartment for and that I had decided to forego using that day because I didn't have the time to look. I found them the next day on the kitchen counter, exactly where they were supposed to be. I know for a fact they weren't there when I looked, and I can't explain why they disappeared that morning. I know my roommate didn't take them. I can only assume that my awareness of the situation was the thing that saved me in the end, and some higher power was looking out for me that day. This just happened to me. Once I got off work, I went straight to bed, and that was around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I guess you can say I'm a night owl because my job schedule varies throughout the week. Either I'm working at night, or I'm working in the morning. This day, I had to work in the morning, so I stayed up the night earlier. I woke up around 9 p.m. I got up to talk to the family, watch some TV, and then started getting tired again. This was around 1 a.m., and I decided to go back to bed, and I actually felt the weight of sleeping this time. Once I got my bed ready, I put YouTube on for a little background noise, and just started to drift off. Then, all of a sudden, everything was quiet. Then I dreamed about waking up in a building I have dreamt of before, but not for a long time. I was laying on a sleeping bag in a decrepit room with no furniture. I wasn't scared, but confused. The door leading outside suddenly swings open, and someone walking in, then slamming it shut. Then, I was automatically pushed out of the dream, as if I was jolted awake. I was laying there thinking maybe I was just experiencing sleep apnea, and tried to get up. But I couldn't. I couldn't move my arms, my legs. It's like I left my body for the next minute of what I'm about to tell you. I have had experience with sleep paralysis before, but not to this extent. Once I knew my body went numb, I started to panic, started to breathe heavily. It was unbearably longer than it should have been. For me, it would last around 30 seconds at most, and I haven't even experienced the large weight on my chest yet. That's what I was actually waiting for, and I guess my body was trying to prepare for it, because the dread was like a sharp knife point, and it just kept jabbing me each passing second. Then I stopped breathing, because what happened next made my heart stop and my blood cold. In close proximity of my ear, I heard someone say, "Hey." It sounded like a woman whispering in my ear. I was so disturbed I tried to call out for help, but I knew that couldn't work because I couldn't even breathe out a syllable. I tried to break free of this invisible bind, but I gave up, and I knew I had to rough through it. The next thing I know, something sits on my chest, but it wasn't the normal weight I would experience in these episodes. It was something lighter that felt less aggressive. It felt like fingertips caressing across my chest in a sensual way, laying down on my right pec. It was followed by a leg wrapping itself on the front of my thighs. The next thing I know, the left side of my body was being weighed upon, like someone would be cuddling up next to me. Just for the record, I don't have a girlfriend, and I doubt anyone in my house would start sneaking into my room at night. I was frightened and confused. I still couldn't move. Then the voice came back. "What are you doing?" it said, in a very quiet, sincere tone. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I had to respond. So as calmly as I could, I said, "I'm trying to sleep." That's when I noticed my face can move, and my hands can move, but I refused to open my eyes because I didn't care for what there was to see. The next thing I knew, the weight on my left side started to diminish, and my body can move again. So I shot up, looked around the room. No one is there. My senses started to come back, and the sound of my computer comes back to me, like it was never turned off. I didn't bother going back to sleep. I guess this is a wake-up call. I need a better sleep schedule. Probably need to change a few things from now on, but my mind is still stuck on it. Was it a spirit? Was it part of the dream I was having? If it was a spirit, maybe it was just lonely, and it just needed a body to lay with. Maybe it was a dream, but I don't dream that often, especially if the touch I felt is real. I don't know what to think. I guess I'll just chalk it up to a hallucination and get on with my life. I am 23 years old now, but I still remember this experience. I am a male and was in, I think, first grade, about 6 or 7 years old, on Halloween night. My parents took my little sister and I trick-or-treating, and I remember feeling super excited. Halloween was always one of my favorite holidays. I remember we went to the rich people's neighborhood because they always gave out the most candy. I remember I got a bit too excited and went on ahead on my own, and as a kid, I was so amazed at everyone's costume. I would often go up to random people, look at them, and compliment them on their costume. I know, it wasn't a good idea to do so, especially being on my own, but I was a kid, so I didn't know any better. One of the people had a scary mask on, and I was blown away on how cool it looked, and I had to tell them. So I did. I went up to him and told him how much I liked his mask, and he just stared at me for a few seconds. He pulled out his arm and grabbed onto my hand with a tight grip. I tried to pull away, but he wasn't letting go. Instead, he continued to keep walking while holding on to me. I was so terrified that this stranger wasn't letting go and was taking me somewhere. I started screaming, but with crowds and crowds of people, nobody realized what was going on. I was looking all over the place trying to find my parents, and I managed to see my mom in the crowd not too far behind me. She also saw me and was calling out while trying to get through the crowd. The stranger must have noticed because he immediately let go and took off very quickly. I caught up to my mom, and for some reason, I decided not to tell her. It was only until a few years ago when I brought it up, and she said that I never told her about it and was surprised about what I went through. It is a scary thought, knowing that people out there kidnap kids and do really bad things. I was very lucky to have found my mom when I did. Who knows what would have happened? So, some exposition. This story takes place in northern Illinois, back in 2007-ish. I was about 16 at the time, and we had moved into a developing neighborhood that was up and coming. The land of the neighborhood was hilly, covered in woods, and led down to a small lake. Down by the lake there were some houses that had been there for years, and were separate from the company that built our place. The neighborhood was exactly what my family was looking for. The lots were sizable and not too close to each other, and most still harbored quite a bit of woods. Perfect for maintaining some privacy and getting in touch with nature, all without being too removed from society. At least, that's how it was in our small cul-de-sac. At the time of this story, there was our home and 2 other houses on our road, one of those being the model home for the development company. Our cul-de-sac emptied onto the main vein of the neighborhood, which was a steep, forested road without any street lamps, save for the one at the end of our street. It was a really neat road that led all the way down to the lake, and my family actually hiked it often. It made for a beautiful walk, despite its hills. We had been living there for about a year, or 2, when I had a weird, maybe mundane encounter. Some further exposition. We had 2 dogs, a boisterous, reckless, independent rat terrier named Belle, and a sheepish, shy, but very noisy Shetland sheepdog named Zuri. They were amazing dogs that brought so much love and joy into our lives, but also some occasional stress. Zuri, the Sheltie, was a nervous dog that barked at her own shadow. She was very sweet and wouldn't hurt a fly, but would certainly alert everyone about its existence. This habit of overreacting went terribly with Belle's tendency to find trouble. See, Belle wasn't the most well-trained dog in the world. She was feisty despite her size and did not back down from, well, anything. She had a habit of cornering our previous neighbor's Great Dane, if given the chance, and although she never outright attacked anything, she was always acting brash and aggressive when it came to other dogs and wildlife. Even when people came into or near the house, she always had something to say, usually via loud barking. She was a spunky one, that Belle. We didn't have a fence yet, therefore letting the dogs out at night was sometimes unnerving. Raccoons were something we saw occasionally, being in the middle of the woods. The thought of Belle tearing up a raccoon, completely ignoring my pleas for her to stop, was all too real. If she picked a fight with the wrong animal, it could end badly. That fear was always in the back of my mind when letting her out. In all reality, I should have always leashed her, but she had a habit of not wanting to go when on the leash, and a majority of the time, nothing happened anyway. So, I didn't. One of the ways I mitigated my risk is taking the dogs out the front door and letting them do their thing in the front yard. Our backyard was pretty wooded, but our front lawn was just grass and landscaping. From our porch you could see the whole cul-de-sac. There was the house at the end of the loop, and then the model home at the start of the road, illuminated by the lone streetlight. There was still woods in the lots across from us that Belle could zoom off into, though, which, unfortunately, one night she did. She had her nose to the ground one moment, looking to do her business, and then the next she was at full attention, glaring into the darkness beyond, before peeling off. Zuri, ever jumpy and always ready to bark at the smallest disturbance, made a commotion as I raced after Belle. I was frantically yelling, crying and begging for her to come back, as I zipped across the road. I was ready to dive into the brush to rescue my tiny, foolish dog, but instead saw her stomping along the tree line, hackles up and bossily smelling for something. Whatever she had charged after had taken off upon seeing her coming. Thank goodness. I scooped her up and scolded her, carrying her back home in a spooked huff. I had been seriously shaken up from the whole ordeal, possibly because I hadn't seen her take off like that in a while. Usually she was really good for me in the front yard. Well, good for Belle. She was just too confrontational for her own good. It was the following night that I was watching Belle like a warden. I was standing right next to her in the front yard, monitoring for any body language that threatened she was about to take off. Luckily, she usually was pretty obvious when she was about to charge. Both dogs were sniffing around, taking their time, when I lifted my gaze to look around the night. It was early autumn, and the sound of wind rustling the trees was all around me. Other than that, it was calm and quiet. I was studying the tree line along our cul-de-sac when my eyes finally found the model home, and thus the street lamp. That's when I saw it. My heart bludgeoned against my chest in a sudden jolt of terror, and I wrestled with disbelief, unable to process what I was seeing. There, lurching and shifting and lumbering along the road, as though the lamp was spotlighting him, was a pale, naked person. I use those verbs, but they aren't exactly right. The way this person moved defies common description. It was rough and sloppy, but yet eerily smooth and effortless. If anyone is familiar with Voldo from Soul Calibur, that is the closest example of its movements that I can think of. They were tall, easily over 6 feet, and their limbs looked to be too long for their body, which made their strange dance across the pavement all the more unsettling. I say dance because the way they moved was more akin to that than walking. It was gaudily flinging its arms forward, then heaving its legs after in large arcs, clumsy but defyingly fluid. As it lurked along, one glaring detail pierced my senses. It looked as if they were completely devoid of any facial features. This person, this swaying, white, sickly person, did not seem to have a face. Nothing at all. Maybe it was a mask. I gawked in horror as the figure carried steadily along its route, passing right by our cul-de-sac and down the wooded, steep blackness of the main road that laid ahead. They never once seemed aware of me, but I was blaringly aware of them. Then, all too fast and violently, I remembered the little argumentative, confrontational dog at my feet and her very noisy sister. I dove for Belle and swept her up, overcome with terror as my nerves were electrified. I bounded to the porch and opened the door to drop her inside, shutting it in a snap. All I could think of was Zuri spotting the person and barking, earning their attention. I ran to the sheltie, and by some miracle, she was none the wiser to the visitor, just my alarmed state. I too picked her up and fled inside. My room was upstairs, with a similar vantage of the cul-de-sac, and I sprang up the steps, daring to get one last glimpse of the naked, faceless person. By the time I parted my blinds and pressed my face against the window, terrified but curious, there was nothing but the street lamp against the inky dark. Whatever it was, they were gone. I always let the dogs out in the backyard after that. Here are some theories. A possibility is that it was some streaker getting their kicks in, but there are a few problems with that explanation. First, although the texture of the person seemed flesh-like, it seemed rubbery at the same time, almost shiny. I suppose they could have oiled themselves up, but it still seemed a bit too off to just be skin. That, and its lack of face. Streakers can't just take off their facial features like an article of clothing. This leads to my strongest theory. Someone running around in a white morph suit. This would mark all the boxes that didn't get checked in the streaker theory, but it still doesn't adequately explain everything for me. The uncanny length of the limbs, the jarring, unnatural way it moved, the insurmountable dread that seized me. But fear is an unreliable narrator as it goes. What do you think? Weird but innocent thrill seeker, or something more paranormal?